Mr. Deputy Clerk, are we ready to roll?
Let me make sure we are good. So for some reason, at some point, David's going to change stuff.
Yeah, cut over as soon as the gavel in, but you want to start to move it.
Chair, we are good to go.
Okay. Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, September 16th. The County Board is in session. I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1, 3, 7, and 8 for discussions regarding the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the County Board. Consultation with the county attorney regarding probable and active litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the litigating posture of the public body. And consultation with the county attorney regarding the applicability and impacts of certain laws and enforcement actions on the county and county employees, and discussions regarding the performance of a board appointee. Do I have a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Board Member Cunningham. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. The motion passes unanimously, and we are in closed session. Thank you.
Just to make a brief announcement, the board is still in closed session. It probably will be a few more minutes, but we appreciate your patience. Thank you.
for our colleague, Ms. Coffey, to join us. She will do that momentarily, and we'll be good to go.
Still hold the bum chair.
Yeah, that's the elevated chair that does. Okay. Mr. Deputy Clerk, I think we are good to go, right?
Yes, sir. We're good to go.
We are then back in open session. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I have a motion to make coming out from closed session. I move that the members of the county board certify that the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and secondly, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened, were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Second. It is seconded by Vice Chair De Ferranti. Mr. Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Susan?
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms.
Miss-
Susan
Miss
Cunningham. I apologize. And Mr. Spain Sr.
Yes.
So that carries unanimously, and so we are again in open session. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with us as we were debating various things during closed session. I will start with the first part of this part of the meeting is to make our appointments official. So that is a motion. I move the following appointments. Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission to appoint Scott Brideau for a term ending September 30th, 2027, to the Commission of the Status of Women to reappoint Arbora Johnson for a term ending September 30, 2028, to the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee to reappoint Jennifer Bodie for a term ending September 30, 2028, to the Community Services Board to appoint James Dooley for a term ending September 30, 2028, to the Disability Advisory Commission to appoint Andrea Ann for a first term ending September 30, 2028, to reappoint Karen Odant for a term ending September 30, 2028, and to designate Karen Odant as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2025. To the Economic Development Commission to reappoint Brad Mason for a term ending September 30th, 2026. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission to appoint McGlynn Caution for a term ending September 30th, 2027. And to appoint Nathan Gould for a term ending September 30th, 2027. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission to appoint Neil Hunter for a first term ending September 30th, 2028, to the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission to reappoint Natalie Roy for a term ending September 30th, 2027, to the Park and Recreation Commission to appoint Carly Rogers for a term ending September 30th, 2027, and to reappoint Melissa Riggio for a term ending September 30th, 2027, to also reappoint Adam Rasmussen for a term ending September 30th, 2027, to reappoint Gary Shiners for a term ending September 30th, 2027, and to reappoint Claire Pasconcello for a term ending September 30th, 2027. To the Planning Commission to appoint Paula Amodeo for a term ending September 30th, 2029, and to appoint Adriana Torres Cejas for a term ending September 30th, 2029. To the Social Services Advisory Board to appoint Alexander Rodriguez for a term ending September 30th, 2029. to appoint Nick Vucic for a term ending September 30th, 2029, and to appoint Cicely Whitfield for a term ending September 30th, 2029. To the Sports Commission to appoint Peter Oshanik for a term ending September 30th, 2027, and to the Technology Advisory Commission to reappoint Laura Gross for a term ending September 30th, 2028. Colleagues, a second on this motion is not required, so I will call the vote on the entire roster that I just read. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Nobody. This motion carries unanimously, so these appointments are in. Again, I cannot overstate the the gratitude of this board for the volunteer work that is put in all our commissions, and I am always pleased to repeat that every time we go through appointments every month. On to recognitions and proclamations. But before we get there, a reminder about resources that are available for federal workers, immigrants, residents, and refugees here in Arlington. I don't see them on my screen. Okay, so these slides are showing resources for federal workers. We are all cognizant of the crisis after federal layoffs, reductions in force, and you know the onslaught that is brought upon our public service, federal service specifically. So Arlington County is standing with all impacted and their families, and therefore we have a series of resources: resume assistance, mental health support, food security, because this is an issue too, housing resources and health insurance. And I keep saying for everybody who's impacted right now to not hesitate to contact us. The next slide is resources for immigrants and refugees. If you go to the Arlington County website and you type in the search prompt immigrant, you will find resources that are immediately available through our services. This is not an exhaustive list, but is an indicative one. So know your rights, food resources, housing, English classes, which is very important for many people still in citizenship classes and sponsorship. I will never cease to remind that if you have neighbors who can qualify for U.S. citizenship, there is a high threshold for a lot of people to make that step. Encourage them. Tell them they have been here many years. They've been working, they pay taxes, they have the kids in school, they have everything that we do. Encourage them to take the plunge and do that. And as a naturalized citizen, I can only encourage them to do that. It's really far less onerous than they have experienced until now. So next one. Upcoming events, I can see September 17, there is a Professional Careers Expo 2025, and there is ongoing federal employee assistance. So I see that it's 2 to 5 p.m. on the September 17th. That's basically tomorrow in the Northern Virginia Community College in the Alexandria campus, so the Fine Arts Building. This is also available through our website. Thank you. The next one is a commissioner recognition that I'm particularly pleased to announce. Mr. Ware, I see you in the back. Thank you very much for your service, sir. Daniel Ware, 8 years of dedicated service as a commissioner on the Planning Commission. You have been serving as a vice chair and chair in 21 and 2022. These were very boring years, if I remember correctly. I think that yeah, we can say that. Thank you for your leadership, your commitment, and also for the enormous collateral service that you have been providing to all Arlingtons, also to other commissioners by, cultivating a thinking about how we think about the critical parts of our community, our housing, our urban form, transportation, how these things click together. Thank you for educating everybody and, making a lot of progress in the process. So, colleagues, if you want to say a couple of things, I see my colleague, Vice Chair De Ferranti.
Seems more imperative that brevity is at play than ever. Your presentations were always succinct and brief. I'm mindful that you are a more exalted term president of the Civic Association, thinking about an unexpected phone conversation where we agreed on a specific thing, a coffee at Bayou Bakery, and just extraordinarily grateful. I'm sure that all of us have styles that might not be precisely the same, but I'm just thoroughly grateful for your public service and leadership and pushing us forward as Planning Commission Chair and throughout. And I, for one, am hoping that you will continue to seek ways to serve our community in addition to your broader public service. Thank you.
I see a lot of lights. Ms. Coffey.
Sure. I have known you more recently than probably many others here, but I would say your reputation precedes you on the Planning Commission and amongst staff. I can't count the number of times other commissioners have said, we're really glad Daniel was there because he asked XYZ question that I never would have thought of, but really made me think differently about this, or really made me consider something we hadn't otherwise been considering. And so I think, between your, leadership in action, and I think also the mentorship you've been able to provide to newer planning commissioners who come on and need to learn some very complicated content very quickly. Your legacy lives on beyond your terms of service, and we are just very grateful for all of the work. Being on Planning Commission is not for the faint of heart, and particularly, I think, over the last few years has ramped up in a time commitment, a mental space commitment, and your work has really shown through. So thank you for your service.
Ms. Cunningham.
I will just say a huge thank you in support of all the other things that have been said here. It is a great deal of work to be on Planning Commission, to be there for 8 years, and to do it with the level of integrity that you did is really a gift to our community. So thank you.
Yes, Mr. Spain.
So, Daniel, I went back and looked in my records to see the last time you and I met and sat down and kneecap to kneecap, and it was January 4th, 2022 at Ruthie's. 8 years is a long time. And I know that you're a family man. I know you have young folks, young kids. But your commitment to our community for 8 years is worthy of recognition. Knowing how hard and how challenging it is to take time away from a full-time job and do this type of work, it does not go unnoticed. So we commend you. I thank you, and stay blessed.
Thank you. I have something for you. By the way, a public service announcement. The recordings of the Planning Commission are worth finding on YouTube, and you can go fast and find where Daniel Weir has an opinion on that. Stay on that. This is a good thing to do.
Congrats.
So much.
Thank you. Awesome. On to a little bit more, less, a little bit more introspective items. 3 significant Arlingtonians, or we learned of the passing of 3 significant Arlingtonians in the last couple of months, the months during our summer recess. I believe we have 3 slides. The first one is Brian Monroe. Brian was even for me personally, a very good friend, a mentor, an amazing neighbor. And to Arlington, he was the man who navigated the very difficult time during BRAC when thousands of jobs were moving out of Arlington. And he was tasked, because back then the federal government, believe it or not, really cared to work with the communities to manage impact. So Brian was the face of the Department of Defense in all our community, with our veterans, with the people, the civilian employees, et cetera, who was working with all of us for many, many years. In addition, he was an amazing civic leader along Columbia Pike, a member of the board of the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization. He was a significant influence in the first Columbia Pike Form-Based Code, in the neighborhoods Form-Based Code, and in all the organizing of the community to put together an enormous body of planning with exceptional and first ever in this depth and intensity community input here in Arlington. So Brian left us in July after a long fight with illness. I will always remember him for what he did for our community. The second one is Todd Endo. Todd Endo, to some of you, maybe more known because he has been around here in Arlington for many, many years. Japanese American, born in California, but for all practical community and political purposes, he was a proud Virginian who came to prominence here because he was one of the prominent Arlingtonians who marched over the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday, 1965, in Selma, Alabama. He's quoted, he said, "I went in as a Japanese American in support of African Americans on issues that they determined to be their civil rights, even though it wasn't me, not my people or my ethnic group." And that is something that he brought in. He is one of those who articulated as an educator, and his wife, Paula Endo, who's surviving him. They were really the salt of the earth in my community on Columbia Pike. They were as educators in public schools, in the Wakefield High School and other places. They were the ones who really articulated what diversity as we know it today is. He wrote a lot. If you look him up, Google Endo, you will see who this man was. An amazing mentor to many, many Arlingtonians who are today active in civic affairs, part of what made our community very, our most diverse, most marginalized community is extremely active and extremely influential in the Arlington that we know it today in the beginning of the 21st century. He passed away a couple of weeks ago. And the last one is Rick Keller, who was part of a class of people for clean environment and clean energy advocates who were very instrumental in making sustainability and the protection of natural resources a core value for local government. He was green when it was anything but easy to be green, and extremely proactive and outspoken about that. He was one of the leaders behind the AIR initiative, if you remember, the Community Energy Plan, and even our climate resolution today. So he was among the founding people of one of the oldest, the nation's oldest, founded in 1978, active environmental advocacy organization, what you know today as Eco Action Arlington, what used to be Arlingtonians for a Clean Environment. If you look behind programs like the Tree Canopy Fund program, like the Energy Masters program, Rick Keller was behind these as well. So I will miss him a lot. I know a lot of Arlingtonians will miss him. I had the opportunity to meet with his wonderful family this weekend in celebrating his life. I was together with a lot of people, including some of our predecessors like Paul Ferguson, etc. Last but not least, if you think about pickleball in Arlington, he is among the founding fathers. He is one of the first who played on the TJ gym, and advocated for that way before it was really cool. Thank you. These are the three people that I wanted to memorize here to speak about. They left us this a couple of months ago. So the next issue is proclamation, WETA. We have a slide. So here I have, right. So this is the first proclamation I would to recognize the first air date of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association, WETA, which occurred on the day of my birthday, October 2nd, 1961, not that one. So for the public's awareness, WETA's headquarters are based here in Arlington, and I believe that several representatives are here in the room, right? Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to invite you, if you want to say something for this proclamation. Mr. Monteverde, Miguel Monteverde, is it correct? You are the Senior Vice President and General Manager, to speak both on this upcoming anniversary, but also to the importance of public broadcasting.
Well, thank you. Well, first, I want to thank the board for providing me with this opportunity, because the last time I attended a county board meeting was to see my young daughter receive an award on behalf of her elementary school. So now when I go home to dinner tonight, I can say I finally caught up to her. But seriously, I think you all know what we've been enduring the last several months. Fighting to convey to the decision makers just how important public media is in a healthy democratic society. And we obviously lost the federal funding fight this summer. We are defunded, but we're not defeated. And please rest assured that WETA is fine. We're healthy. We did have to downsize last week. We had to cut some projects, cancel some shows, let a few folks go, but we're fine. We will be fine. The real concern are the smaller stations in the rural areas that aren't as financially sound, that depend more on the federal funding, and we're all concerned about that, right? Because while public media is a local business, if you will, it is a fundamental component, in our view, of a healthy democratic society. So while we're all individual, locally owned and operated stations, we're part of an ecosystem, and we really need to ensure that that's strong. And WETA plays an important leadership role in that. Just a couple of quick things. We do serve the DC metro area, but let's face it, we were founded by an Arlington educator, Miss Campbell, back in 1961.
Yes.
And we've been led for the last 40 years by Sharon Percy Rockefeller, who has made it a priority that we stay in Arlington. Just finally, I can't help but leave you with three commercial messages. Number one, and this is a testament to the fact that we are committed to being here for the long haul. This summer, we launched our first, and I think the first local streaming service in the DC metro area, WETA Plus. So however you stream, whether it's on Apple TV or Roku or Amazon Fire, you can download WETA Plus. It's free. You can watch the NewsHour. You can watch all the PBS programming. But more importantly, you can watch the great local programming that we produce and that we acquire to serve the local audience. So WETA Plus. The second is that just today on our classical channel, we launched a third channel called WTA Classical Virtuoso. And this is for the more discriminating classical music listener. Think of it as a deep tracks of classical music. So you can find that if you have a HD radio, it's HD3, or you can download the WETA Classical app. And then finally, on November 16th, Sunday night, Ken Burns' The American Revolution 6-part, 12 hours, our origin story. He calls it his most important film. I encourage all of you to watch it. I've seen lots of, I haven't seen the entire thing, but I've seen lots of clips. It will be a very important piece of filmmaking during a very important period in our history. And the best part is you don't have to watch it live. You can stream it on Weta Plus. So thank you all for the recognition and for your ongoing support.
Thank you, Mr. Monteverde. And to the entire WTA team. I'm not going to read the entire proclamation. You forgot to say that part of living in a democracy is also to have trusted news sources. So the PBS NewsHour is probably something that I could personally approach you and to have it on your speed dial or the bookmarks. And on this photos, you can see Ms. Campbell actually building station herself.
That's right.
Thank you very, very much for this. This is an amazing organization. We're extremely proud to have you here in Arlington. We are extremely proud to stand by you and to defend you. By the way, the local and rural stations, program-wise, need you.
Yeah.
So we are providing also for the rest of the nation here. So I will give it to you. The proclamation is online.
I'll get a picture. No?
Celebrate October the 2nd. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, and not less important, Affordable Housing Month, which is always in the fall. Ms. Coffey, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very excited to be reading our proclamation recognizing October as Affordable Housing Awareness Month. And in addition, we are celebrating this year our 10th year of our Affordable Housing Master Plan here in Arlington County, a substantial document that I think we as a community have taken very seriously. It's also been over 6 years now since we launched Housing Arlington, which is our umbrella division within the county government that aims to build on our existing efforts, but really also innovate and generate new ideas to approach housing here in Arlington County, looking at the full spectrum of housing affordability. And before I read the proclamation, there are just a few, I think around 7 events coming up in the next month or so that I want to make sure everyone is aware of. There is the county's Affordable Housing Month website will have all of the events. And so if people would like more details, I will refer them there. But starting September 24th is the first event. It's the last day to submit artwork for the Committed Affordable Housing Unit Committed Affordable Housing Residents Children's Art Contest, which is open to kids age 5 to 13 who live in a committed affordable housing property. And the theme is The Journey Starts at Home, so find more details online. September 30th is the annual Leckie Forum and Regional Housing Leaders Awards presented by the Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance. October 2nd, we have a virtual lunch and learn to present Arlington's updated housing needs analysis, which the registration will be announced soon, so stay on the lookout. October 6th is the NVRC Housing Symposium, which will feature our Housing Division staff, which I'm very excited about. That's going to explore very much the middle income and first time home buyer needs across Northern Virginia. And that'll be at GMU's Arlington campus, so it's very close by. October 10th is our virtual Where Home and Homepage Intersect event, showcasing the intersection between digital equity and affordable housing work here in Arlington. October 16th, we will have our affordable housing bus tour that kicks off from Bosman right here. And October 18th, we have a home maintenance workshop at the Arlington Career Center. So again, there is a website with way more of the details on each of these events and how you can sign up to get involved. So we hope that you'll take a look at that. But now I'm going to read our proclamation. So, Affordable Housing Awareness Month. Whereas it is the vision of Arlington County to ensure an economically and culturally diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community, and whereas ongoing access to affordable housing is fundamental to maintain strong neighborhoods, reducing disparities, stabilizing the workforce, and ensuring all Arlingtonians share in the county's prosperity, and whereas the county board pursues the preservation and creation of affordable housing through ordinances, plans, site plan approvals, publicly funded affordable housing programs, and other policies and programs. And whereas as a caring community, the county has focused particular attention on the housing needs of our most vulnerable populations, including our lowest income households, persons who have disabilities, persons who are homeless, and aging households. And whereas the county adopted an affordable housing master plan in 2015 that outlines goals, objectives, and policies to ensure an adequate supply of housing to meet the community's needs, enable access to housing and services, and contribute to the community's sustainability. And whereas County initiated Housing Arlington in 2019 to pursue new and creative ways to expand the supply and diversity of housing in Arlington and to increase and preserve Arlington's affordable housing stock. And whereas the county is celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Affordable Housing Master Plan and over 6 years of Housing Arlington, now therefore the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim October 2025 as Affordable Housing Awareness Month and urge all members of the community to join the county board in building broad understanding of the importance of housing affordability to Arlington's sustainability, reaffirming it as a core community value, and promoting housing choices for all Arlingtonians. Thank you. And I would invite our housing staff up here to receive this proclamation.
So moving on to a different topic. It is Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I will pass this to my colleague, Julius D.J.D. Spain Sr.
I thought I was next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to be brief here, but also pointed. You know, I think there's what you're going to hear is you're going to hear some ups and downs, highs, lows, and good and bad about this. We are in Suicide Prevention Month, and having lost a friend, and I'm sure folks perhaps have been in similar situations, lost individuals or loved ones to a suicide, you think about and reflect, is there something we could have done? You know, in America, we lose, there's millions of folks who think about suicide, and they even plan or attempt suicide. The environments from which you are born, you grow, you live, and the age, be quite honestly, the They profoundly shape your health and actually your risk of suicide. Make no mistake about it. There's no single cause of suicide, and there's no one size fits all. But what we do know is there are proven community-driven actions that we've been doing here in Arlington and across the nation to build pathways to healing. This is, quite honestly, a public health crisis, but we here in Arlington County remain steadfast in the mission to end it. So I too have a proclamation, and you see on the screen here some nice photos of lovely folks, and we're so happy and honored to have, Moms Demand Action here with us, some representatives who have and always reaffirms their commitment to honoring survivors of gun suicide and to advocating for proven life-saving solutions to prevent it. So I'm going to read the abbreviated version here, proclaiming Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, whereas every year nearly 26,000 people in the United States die by firearm suicide, an average of 71 individuals per day. Something to think about. If you look in this room right now, there's not 70-some people, but it's a lot of folks. 71 individuals per day, including 1,230 Virginians in 2023. 1,230 people lost their lives in 2023. Whereas suicide and crisis hotlines, including the 988, which we have, the Trevor Project, and local providers play a critical role in suicide prevention and mental health support by offering immediate assistance to individuals in crisis. Now, therefore, the Arlington County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim September 2025 Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Arlington County and urges all citizens to recognize the role they can play in preventing the continuation of this crisis. Signed under the seal of Arlington County, Virginia, Takas Karandonis, Chair. We have some representatives from On Demand Action here with us today. If you don't mind, come up. I'm going to deliver this to you on behalf of our board and chair, and thank you.
You guys want to shift over so you're centered?
There you go. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
I know. I could stand up. I also thought it would be nice to have her off the center.
26,000.
Yeah, I know. It's sorry. It's pretty tricky. Thanks for all you're doing.
And always a good a reminder that part of a good and safe culture is if you have guns or weapons or store them safely in a locker. We can assist you in finding the right product for your weapons and keep them safe from hands who never should handle these. I don't know if you have been in a farmer's market lately, but it is the best season, absolutely. And this is not a coincidence that we celebrate Urban Agriculture Month, passing that to my colleague, Vice Chair Matt Efron.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the proclamations we've passed and the thousands, 26,700 deaths in the United States last year due to gun suicides. Other countries do not have that. We must change. So sorry for that, and I ask for grace from colleagues, but we must vote for change. On urban agriculture, I'll confess I have not been as regularly. Turns out I have a 21-month-old that everybody knows, and we're having another child next Wednesday. I have decent excuses, but I still promise to be a public servant, and so my time has to be with the community in addition to with my family. But that is the reason, perhaps, that I've not been speaking at a couple of Saturdays over the past year. But I can tell you that forged in the midst of COVID, you have a particular spot in my heart because the Plot Against Hunger was 50 times as much, I don't know if that's precise, but so much bigger during COVID when Arlingtonians grew food to help those in need. That's the Plot Against Hunger. So I'm super grateful. I don't want to disrespect, but I might not read every whereas in this, but I hope you get the sense of how much you are close to my heart. There are a couple of recitals or whereas clauses that talk about the farmers market, that talk about Virginia Cooperative Extension, that talk about the 10th anniversary. I certainly will never forget gleaning, where I sweated more than perhaps is worth mentioning on the dais. But the work that you do is so wonderful. We have folks, I'll stop there. I'll recognize Emily Landsman, the president this year, David Sachs, who's more positive than I can imagine I could ever be. But each of you at differing levels, Mary, thank you for joining us as the program manager, and also Linda Ramirez Blust and Rebecca Halb, who's treasurer, and also both are board members. So with that, I'll get to stop talking. I will not defer, but decline to say anything more and ask Emily if you would come up and say a few words. And give her a hand.
Thank you, Randy, for acknowledging.
The mic.
The microphone. Yep.
Okay, now we're on. Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranti, for acknowledging Urban Agriculture Month. And thank you to the rest of the board for your ongoing support of urban agriculture and food security in Arlington. So this year marks the 10th anniversary of Friends of Urban Agriculture and our partnership with Arlington County. And what a decade it has been. In 2013, the county board created the Urban Agriculture Task Force, bringing together community leaders to shape Arlington's food action plan. The message was clear. County support for urban agriculture is essential. The task force recommended steps to strengthen food policy, cut environmental impacts, and expand education. In 2015, Friends of Urban Agriculture was formed to carry that vision forward. Today, as an independent nonprofit, FUA supports gardens and gardeners across Arlington through education, garden talks, seed and seedling giveaways, volunteer opportunities, produce bagging, and donations to local food pantries. Our Plot Against Hunger program brings together volunteers from across the county. In the past 5 years alone, gardeners have donated nearly 45,000 pounds of produce. That's Arlington-grown produce. And our gleaning team has harvested almost 210,000 pounds. That's about 820,000 servings of vegetables worth nearly $1.6 million, all shared with our neighbors in need. But these gardens grow more than vegetables. They grow community. They grow partnerships with local businesses, with county departments, business improvement districts, and other nonprofits. As they grow resilience, reminding us that food and agriculture are essential to Arlington's health and well-being. As we look ahead to Arlington Urban Agriculture Month this October, we invite all Arlingtonians to join us in a garden, at a farmer's market, at a neighborhood fall festival, or in conversations about the future of food and farming. A full calendar of Urban Agriculture Month events is at arlingtonurbanag.org, with more events added each week. And we welcome everyone to get involved, whether it's volunteering in the dirt or in a cornfield, perhaps, maybe, leading behind the scenes or supporting this work as a donor. Thank you again for your leadership and support. As we celebrate 10 years of growth, we are deeply grateful for the volunteers, gardeners, and neighbors who make this work possible. Urban agriculture is not just about food, it's about connection, resilience, and community. The last decade was about planting roots, and now it's time to grow even stronger together. That's it.
Thank you. So let's come up for a picture, and I will hasten to add that none of my colleagues on the board would take any second to me on FUA. You guys are in each of their hearts as well, so let's have a picture.
We should make it a habit to accompany that with a shovel.
Oh, yeah. Can you pass me that? Sorry.
I'll spray paint a shovel. We'll bring
I bet we've got one somewhere here. Yeah, the corn's pretty good.
I like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was great seeing you. Thank you. We have to have a demonstration. Microgreens for. One of the amazing deliverables of gardening, especially when it's the edible deliverables, is that it's a very relaxing activity. So in difficult times, talking about potential stressful events, we have a proclamation because it's also famously National Preparedness Month. Ms. Cunningham.
Terrific. Well, I will welcome Will Flagler up to share a few words because many of us know, and I was fretting about it this morning, that Libby Garvey would always have the box from the top of her closet to make sure to walk us through the things you should have at your home. But this month, as we navigate all kinds of interesting times and remember September 11th, we're really grateful to your team for all that you do and welcome you to share some of the things our constituents can do.
Thank you, and I will not be as good as Libby, but I will do my best in her honor.
Is the microphone on, or does it just need to be?
I'm very far away from it.
You can raise it up on the right-hand side. There's a button.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
just very far away from it.
When
so-
I'm standing there, it can go up a lot
Yeah,
farther.
it's much better. But no, I'll keep it quick. One of the things that we say in National Preparedness Month is we want to make sure that people do 4 things. We want you to be informed, and that can be done by following us at Radio Arlington or signing up for Arlington Alert. We want you to get involved, and you can do that by obviously being a part of our community emergency response team. And one of the other key things that we tell you is to make a plan. But the most important thing that I want to showcase today is making a kit. People say, what do I have in my kit? What do I need to have? So one of the things is we brought it. I won't go through it as wonderfully as, like I said, Libby used to, but you can have non-perishable food. You can have medical supplies that you might need if you have to leave your home or be without water or different utilities for a few minutes. And then other things that you might need for your specific situation. If you have young children, 21-month-old, you might need some batteries, Matt. And there's other things that you might need as far as cards or anything else that you might need. So I just wanted to bring some attention to that. And again, thank you.
Great, thank you. So before I read the proclamation, I just want to share, September is the National Preparedness Month, and we every day really appreciate our public safety teams that work literally around the clock to keep us safe and to respond quickly and professionally when we need assistance. And that includes our sheriff, our police, our public safety aides, crossing guards, and especially our Department of Public Safety Communications and Emergency Management team under Mr. Flagler. From overseeing and coordinating emergency resources, operating the 911 center when you call, and managing public safety radio system and county alert and warning programs. This is the team that touches all of us and helps us make wise choices and get through difficult times. And that includes coordinating with, I can't even keep track of the number, the 55 other entities around us between different jurisdictions and other federal entities that may need coordination as well. A lot of the work you do, we see, but there are a lot of parts that we don't see. And some of that is the heaviness with which you experience other people's tragedies and other people's emergencies. So we want to say a huge thank you for being who you are, for being so dedicated to continuous improvement and learning and being the best, and for coming in every day and making our county and our surrounding area a much, much safer place to live. So without further ado, I will read a bit of this proclamation. which is, whereas the Board of Arlington County, Virginia recognizes the importance of preparedness in ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents, knowing that emergencies and disasters, whether natural and man-made, can strike at any time, impacting lives, property, and the continuity of essential services. And whereas the Arlington County Department of Public Safety, Communications, and Emergency Management is committed to equitably promoting and enhancing community preparedness through education, outreach, and resources, whereas September has been designated National Preparedness Month, a nationwide observance to raise awareness and encourage individuals, families, and communities to take proactive measures in preparing for emergencies and disasters. And whereas residents can enhance preparedness by staying informed about local emergencies by subscribing to Arlington Alert, do it if you haven't, creating a family emergency plan that includes communication strategies and evacuation routes, assembling the emergency supply kit in a super cool pink backpack if you can, with essential items such as food, water, medications, and important documents, and learning life-saving skills like first aid and CPR, as well as encouraging others to do the same. And finally, volunteering with organizations dedicated to emergency preparedness, response, and recovery, such as the Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT. And whereas the theme for this year's National Preparedness Month is Preparedness Starts at Home, we emphasize this important step towards taking more actions to prepare. By taking simple steps now, you can build your preparedness at your own pace and encourage others to ask questions. So now, therefore, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia does hereby proclaim September 2025 as National Preparedness Month in Arlington County, and urge all citizens to be informed, to make a plan, and to build community resilience by being more prepared and helping others to do the same. Come on.
As we all heard, sign up for Arlington Alert. That's very easy, and you won't regret it. It's really important. Okay.
I can't barely see the camera over Will. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. By the way, I discovered one item that I couldn't find how to find that should be in a, and that was local maps. So that's something we have to think whether we have to have a little stack of local maps here to, so that people can have them. Printed maps.
By
because,
group
you
map.
know, your cell phone will not always be reliable in a case of emergency. So we are moving on after National Preparedness Month to chair reports. And this is a good opportunity to offer a bit of recent news about what happened, during our recess time in August. In August, the Arlington County Board Office concluded its ranked choice voting notice of funding availability process. 2 organizations were selected to carry out the RCV, the Ranked Choice Voting Education and Outreach effort, ahead of this November's general election. By the way, early voting starts this Friday on the 19th of September. These 2 organizations will serve different complementary roles. The first one is Challenging Racism. This is a local nonpartisan nonprofit that for 20 years has trained organizations and individuals to build awareness and skills to talk about race and equity, and will conduct and coordinate in-person outreach with a key focus on working with other local partners to amplify outreach. And the second organization is Fair Vote, a national nonpartisan nonprofit that researches and advances voting reforms that make democracy more functional and representative for every American. Fair Vote will work through its Virginia-based partnership with Ranked Choice Virginia. And Ranked Choice Virginia will coordinate the data collection and surveying aspects of this partnership and will support and inform challenging racism in-person efforts. So education events through these partnerships have already begun. For example, there will be now 2 educational events today. The Center of Youth and Family Advocacy will be hosting a ranked choice voting workshop today at 5:30, in about half an hour, 5:30 p.m. at 2111 Wilson Boulevard. And the League of Women Voters and Challenging Racism will be tabling with RCV materials at the 60th anniversary commemoration of the Voting Rights Act, happening at the Shirlington Library today at 6 p.m., so in about an hour. The County Board Office will list these events and other details on our website. David Barrera, our communications manager, here, thank you for that, is our contact in the County Board Office if you have any questions, suggestions, or thoughts about ranked choice voting and how to make sure that more people understand how the system works and how to vote for the county board race, which is the only one that is on ranked choice voting this November. The second piece of news about what we have been up to, or county staff and the county in general has been up to through the recess month of August. I don't know why we call it a recess month, which is only for our meetings a recess month. It is a technological advance that we want to make you aware of. It's about AVA, the Arlington Virtual Assistants. And this is the first time that we launch a AI application facing the public. So AVA, I think we have, yes, is an artificial intelligence chatbot which launched in June 2025. It pulls information only from county-owned public data sources. It is not a learning chatbot, so it does not search the full internet for responses, but it searches the 4 county websites and provides answers to the public through the main county website, to the website of the Arlington County Libraries, the elections website, and the Arlington Transit website. So its ability will be expanded soon as the team behind AVA learns and sees how well the chatbot works, and as they go and troubleshoot it as well. I can assure you that during the summer this has been thoroughly tortured by Arlington County staff with all sorts of ways to make it be more responsive. And I personally have been following that, and I could see the progress. So next slide, please. So AVA is a form of customer service. It improves the public's ability to find information on county website. It doesn't make us more lazy in designing how the information is displayed or made available. It just makes it easier for everybody with simple language questions to find first responses. It also provides links to the resources every time. So it helps county staff to identify outdated and inaccurate content for targeted updates, and it asks for feedback on your AVA experience. As you see, there are the little emojis down there from really angry to very, very happy. So you can say, yeah, I find what the bot is telling me helpful or not. So that helps with continuous improvement, and it tracks also anonymously the themes, the issues, and the way people are trying to find information. So proactively, it identifies trends and information gaps, and it allows us to be smarter and better in providing more targeted and better information for what is currently asked from the county government to respond to. So how to use AVA? So it's very easy. You go to arlingtonva.us on any internet browser or on your cell phone, as you see that here. It's mobile friendly. It is, you click this little chat bubble with the 3 dots, and in the lower right corner, this is always located in the lower right corner, and you ask a question as you feel. I mean, in your normal and natural language. And then you see how the bot responds. You can ask follow-up questions and so forth. And then at the end, we really approach you to rate the response you receive, whether it is helpful or not. There is the potential for multi-language support. This is already built in, and it's in testing right now. And very importantly, AVA does not collect personal identifying information. So I will leave you with that. We believe that this is a tool that is now ready for prime time, in the sense that that we are able to offer that to every Arlingtonian to ask questions, get information, etc. But give us feedback, please, if it really works, because as much as we've tortured the program, we cannot troubleshoot every single instance of it. So thank you to the amazing team with our Department of Technology Services and everybody who participated with Arlington County staff here in making AVA a more usable application. We look forward to the general public's feedback on this. Thank you very much. So these are the 2 items I wanted to report on. Yes?
Will you take questions and comments?
Yes, we can have questions or comments.
Oh. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your report. Just for ranked choice voting, and I'm glad we kind of got this, I call it out the chute. And for those that may be watching, we are, encourage everyone to actively participate in this process, simply because I think, for me, quite honestly, how we move forward and where things may land, a lot is contingent on, for me, quite honestly, the feedback we receive. We have some challenges, in my opinion, but we just need everyone to participate. So monitor our websites, see where these events are. Please engage, because your voice matters. We don't want to make decisions, and I don't, in silos, but this is pretty significant in my opinion, and I'm glad we got it started. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any. So then we can move on to manager reports. Mr. Manager, the floor is yours. I believe that we will start with.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said back in July, and we started this in February, this is, I think, the 3rd time we're coming before you to give you an update on a study we have underway, low residential study, to look at potential zoning amendments to limit impervious area and support better stormwater and tree canopy management. And we're going to hear an update from Nick Rogers and Eileen Winquist. And they have already started the engagement in phase 1 of the study. So they're going to give you an update on what has been happening so far and what upcoming engagement events we have planned. So with that, I will turn it over. I think I'm going to turn it over to Nick to start us off.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. We have a brief presentation for you today that's going to focus on 3 objectives. I'll take the first 2, and my co-lead on the study, Ms. Winquist, will take the 3rd. And we're going to at first dial back to February and recap some of the details behind your charge to us. You'll see that we're listening and hearing and understanding that direction you've given to us, number one. Number two, we're going to review the 3 phases of the low residential studies work. I'm happy to announce that we've just published our project plan, which is the plan for the plan. That's available on our website right now and provides some more details and nuance on what we'll be working on over the course of the next year plus. And then number 3, most importantly, we're going to be sharing how the public can get engaged in a multitude of different fashions. Next slide, please. Going back to February, the what of the low residential study, the objective is focused on better outcomes for stormwater management and tree canopy. The where being the low residential areas, lower density residential neighborhoods specifically, and to be extremely specific, any place that has a residential R district zoning in their district. Your charge to us was to focus explicitly on bringing to you a text amendment to the Arlington County zoning ordinance specific to impervious surfaces and to recommend a maximum limit on impervious surfaces in our lower residential areas for your consideration. Next slide, please. The charge goes into greater detail, asking us not just to provide that recommendation on the maximum area, but also to consider several factors such as keeping lot coverage requirements, whether or not alongside these new impervious area limits you've asked for, plantable area, minimum contiguous plantable area to support our tree canopy goals. Should yard or setback adjustments be made in order to facilitate these goals and objectives? And finally, considering different lot sizes, different zoning districts, and the details in between, consider all of those. And then you also shared 2 areas where you explicitly wanted us to either steer away from or leave remain as is. The first of those are existing maximum building footprint regulations in the zoning ordinance, as well as building height regulations, setting absolute total square limits on lot coverage. And you also asked us to avoid changing any definitions to the zoning ordinance's current regulations related to lot coverage. Next slide, please. And so this is an important slide for a number of different reasons. Impervious surface is amongst many, many different jargon, technical, complex terms that will be bantered about and that you'll have emblazoned on your foreheads and in the back of the brains over the course of the next several months. Take a look at that first bullet there on your screen. Any surface at all that significantly impedes or prevents the ground from absorbing water. And that's a big group of different things. Some of them are quite obvious. Your sheds, your building footprints, your patios, anything made of concrete and asphalt. And then some things like, well, compacted gravel, compacted dirt. This list of examples, including the mention of the pervious pavers here, these are coming out of Chapter 60 of the County Code. So this is not my definition or Ms. Winquist's. This is the County Code that we're taking a look at here. And so you're seeing those circles, and you're seeing that call out on 2 points of clarification. That my ask is that as you're working with members of the public and as you're fielding their questions, to please remind them that under our current code, buildings are impervious surfaces, as well as, again, somewhat counterintuitively, but pervious pavers also count as impervious area. And we're going to be spending a lot of the time on that, particularly in phase 1 of the study, but throughout the course of the next year, making sure that we are doing everything that we can to break that down for folks and make sure that they can understand so that we can facilitate as broad a breadth of engagement as possible. Next slide, please. Very quickly, the study is broken down into 3 phases. The first phase, as the manager mentioned, we're underway right now on establishing that shared understanding. The following phase, which we anticipate will begin after the first of the year, and which will be the longest phase, is that evaluation of options, where we're really rolling up the sleeves amongst ourselves, hand in hand with members of the community to really establish the trade-offs and understand what can be done in order to accomplish these objectives related to better outcomes for stormwater management and tree canopies. And then finally, after we've completed that work, we'll be back finalizing those recommendations for your action and delivering that recommendation per the study charge. A bit more, next slide, on those individual phases. Keep in mind that for most of the public, they don't know what impervious surface is. They may not have seen your charge to us. And so it's vitally important that we spend these early months getting out into the community, sharing information on our website, providing a variety of different options, both in-person and virtual, for folks to take in information and have FaceTime with folks like myself and Ms. Winquist in order to understand not just the rules and regulations that come around with impervious surface, but the sense of urgency, the sense of understanding that as impervious surface has risen over time, we are not better because of that in our lower residential areas, and there are harmful impacts, and folks are learning about those harmful impacts as part of phase one. Next slide, please. Focusing in on phase two, I mentioned that we would be, again, rolling up our sleeves and really taking a look at different options. And there's that balance of the maximum beneficial outcomes for stormwater and tree canopy, and then the reasonable and understandable expectations that property owners, members of the public have on what they can and can't do with their property. And so we expect to really dive deep on that in phase two, spending time with members of the public, with our long-range planning committee, looping in representatives from the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, also C2 and C2E2, to inform what those recommendations are, what's best, what's not, so that we can develop a consensus at best. Our goal is consensus on a preferred option. And then finally, for the next slide with phase three, this is going to be hopefully very familiar, like you see with a lot of our zoning ordinance amendments: requests to advertise, draft text, additional opportunities for members of the public to learn and understand. At this point, we've done the hard work. It's more back to that communicate and consult information and saying, hey, members of the public, this is what we've accomplished. This is what's being communicated to the board. Still ample opportunities at public meetings and public hearings before you to speak and provide their feedback. And so on that feedback point, I'm going to turn things over to Ms. Winquist to talk about, first, our consultant support.
Great. Thank you, Nick. So to continue, we are working with a consultant to start some of the analysis that will be helpful to us as we move into phase two and trying to identify, what potential options we might have for these impervious area limits. So some of that initially is underway, is some benchmarking work looking at, there are quite a few other jurisdictions in Virginia that already have impervious area limits. So we're looking at where they are, what their limits are, how they're implemented, all those details. We are also working on doing some modeling, are preparing to do some modeling, looking at potential impacts, in a smaller area. If the impervious area increased to a certain amount, what changes we might see, for peak flows or different impacts on storms, and also impacts on tree canopy if we had changes, within a certain range of impervious area. And then also focusing probably on doing some test fits, what we're calling, maybe we're trying to figure out the best term for that, but really looking at sort of visual site layouts in terms of, with this much impervious, how much space does that leave for your tree canopy, and recognizing there's also utilities and other things that you have to fit on there. So also potentially communication support, but that may be something that we focus on a little bit more with our in-house support. So next slide. So as we mentioned, we have launched into engagement and talking to the community about the study, trying to bring awareness of the study getting started. So you can see here we are at the fair. We took advantage of the fair, but we want to make sure that we have, we're sharing, relevant information and providing quite a few opportunities for the public, and just really enabling anybody who's interested to be able to get involved in kind of whatever, way and method is best for them. So, thanks. Next slide. So you can see some of the events that we have planned for Phase 1. So we've already, this weekend, we had some fun activities. We were at the Rock and Recycle open house, which was very, busy, and we got some good feedback. Also, the Green Community Tour. We have another Q&A this week, and we'll be at Green Valley Day and also Westover Day. So, and then we have a couple open houses that we've scheduled, which will be an opportunity to really delve into the information in more detail and kind of have a little bit more in-depth discussion and learning there. So you can see kind of the variety of events, and we do also hope to create an online version of the open house information as well with some of the questions and engagement there. So next slide. So just to kind of give you a little flavor of some of the feedback that we've heard so far, I mean, we have gotten a lot of appreciation and kind of understanding of the importance of the study, particularly this weekend, from just a lot of the community members that we were talking to, kind of recognizing, that this is a valuable study. We have, definitely heard from some stakeholders kind of desire to move efficiently forward with it. And then we've gotten some questions, as Nick was explaining, kind of clarifying, what would this mean for our current lot coverage requirements? Would we keep those? And Nick talked a little bit about that, and also kind of explaining, although it seems a little counterintuitive, initially, all those surfaces are considered impervious area, and then there are credits available through some of our programs, for pervious surfaces. But under this impervious limit, everything would be included as impervious area, all built surfaces, buildings, and things like that. So next slide. So there's a lot of opportunities for the community to get involved. We've been sharing information with civic associations. We have e-boards out. We have flyers. We have a banner that we're posting at some of the events, and then our website, which I know we've shared that before, but that's we'll be keeping that up to date with all the engagement events and information as we move forward. So next slide. So again, just letting folks know how they can participate. These are some of our upcoming events. So we hope to see, members of the community, board members, for any of these events. I know, probably a lot of you are out at some of these community events anyway, but definitely the open houses, we welcome your participation at the open house events as well. And community members can subscribe to a couple of the email lists there, which will be sharing information as these events come up and other activities as well. So next slide. And then I just wanted to give another plug for our mapping viewer, which is available on the website. And so this is a tool, which uses some of our existing GIS layers, but you can see impervious area and also tree canopy for properties, and then also has the zoning district information. So that is available now. People can explore that, and then we'll be, again, hoping to kind of build out, maybe a little bit more advanced tool as we move into the later phases of the study. So I think that's all. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Any short questions or, Mr. Manager, as you wish. I think we handle few questions per item, right? Is that fine? Good.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
I just want to be, we can do it in different ways.
That's fine.
Ms. Cunningham.
So I have a couple questions. I think, as you mentioned, the question of imperviousness, which is already a big word and turns out to have a couple different definitions, and how the county uses and how we might use it. Are there thoughts about other words that might work, since we have multiple different definitions of imperviousness, and has that come up in the conversation yet?
Not yet, and not at this time. When it comes to different word choices, that will be more of a phase 2 conversation. But again, as you know, with any zoning text amendment, simple, clean, something that's easily understandable for the property owner, members of the public, and for our zoning enforcement staff and our zoning administrator. So words are important.
Great. And then I think several of my colleagues were, Mr. Spain and I were at trying to save one of these gigantic oak trees that is at risk of development adjacent to it on Quebec Street this weekend. And I'm wondering, how are you seeing the trees and plantable areas fitting in here? I saw it go by quickly, but can you speak to it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, we have our staff from urban forestry who are, key members of the team. So they're working with us as we're, getting into the details of the study. So we've been talking about, like I mentioned, with some of the modeling that we're going to be doing. Vincent was mentioning that there are, some models that are focused on trees specifically, and so that's a component that we will include with some of our modeling work. But we're definitely working very closely with our urban forestry staff and getting their perspectives as we jump into the study. So
great. And then just one last comment before I hand it off to my colleagues. I know you shared that the charge, which we debated extensively to get started here, for this phase of work excludes building footprint, height, roof lines, setbacks, and we've heard often in the same conversation that those are of interest to our community. But I would just lift up that we agreed that this was the way to move forward swiftly, and that that makes this phase both start and be finite, but it's not mutually exclusive with coming back to that later, and we hear that concern out in the community. So just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. I see Mr. Spain.
Well put, Ms. Cunningham. I think the next phase after this, there will be another debate or conversation on what right perhaps looks like, and I look forward to that. So I have a statement, and also a quick question. First, Nick and Eileen, very good presentation. Nick, I think how you started and presented the possible impervious services. Quite honestly, a lot of folks in Arlington don't even understand that, right? So keeping it really simple in these conversations that you have, because as you navigate this space, I think it's going to be critically important for it to resonate with the average Arlingtonian, right? I think a lot of times we get caught up into all the nuance and semantics of these processes and policies and forget who we're actually speaking with. Right? Most folks don't understand that. So thank you for making that presentation, because I view this as, from environmental sustainability and the public health lens, and also, especially with the tree canopy, which there's going to be aspects of this, that is what I'm kind of looking at right now. But my question is, Eileen, I guess this is for you. We have timelines, we have approaches, we're doing community engagement. I'm a big community engagement person. Can you tell me a little bit what you think right looks like? Meaning, do we have a goal per se, how many people we want to reach in this exercise?
I don't know that, sorry, I know I feel like I can't. Anyway, I don't know if we have a specific number. We don't normally have a number, but we really want to have, a breadth of groups and voices and neighborhoods that we're getting out to, and really, feel like we're kind of teasing out the main themes and concerns in the community. So, and it's similar when we did the stormwater utility. That was really what we wanted to see, kind of, can we get those main themes and topics that are out there, and that, we want to be able to incorporate, or maybe we make adjustments to our plan, based on that. So, so that's really, a lot of our focus initially, with these engagements is just, trying to get out there and start the conversation. And some of it even, it can be a little bit surprising to us sometimes what people aren't, what they're not understanding, or maybe, they're thinking of it from a different perspective, like this, the issue with the pervious or surfaces and with that count, like that wasn't something that was sort of right at the top of our mind. So those are kind of some of the examples of what what comes out when you start these conversations, and then you kind of adjust as you move forward. So.
Well put. Thank you for your time.
Board Member Spain. To add on, as we were approaching the engagement for this study, knowing that, just like you said, we have a subset of the community that is very, very concerned about this. And then we would contend a much larger subset of the community that does not know. And so we knew that different members of the public would want to engage in different ways. And so an a la carte buffet. Do you want to just stay updated and have something come into your inbox? Well, then you subscribe to Planning and Building e-News. Do you want to hear what the Planning Commission has to say about all this? Well, then we expect to see those folks at an LRPC. Do I want really engaged FaceTime with staff and to really get the full court press? Well, then those folks are probably coming to an open house. And so I think a goal and a theme in the engagement for the study is meeting folks where they want to be and providing opportunities to engage at the level of engagement that they want, and showing that awareness. You'll notice, my hope is that you noticed that e-board slide from my phone as we rode up in the elevator a couple of weeks ago. I said, watch this space, and so you can speak to your fellow board members and say, he means business.
Thank you very much, Nick. Really appreciate that. I'll be watching.
Thank you. Vice Chair DeFerranti, then Ms. Coffey.
It's been a little while since I particularly tried to give a textured thank you to the team. You have persuaded me with the focus of your work in a new way, how this is particularly key. And that does not mean that our public hasn't also had an impact. I guess most recently I'm thinking about the proof I need to send of my own driveway and whether it is still qualifies as impervious, which folks got, But I just thank you to you, Mr. Rogers, Ms. Wingquist, excuse me, and also our 3 or 4 or 5 folks who are there. I am truly grateful. You have precision and you have experience, and I think we have a focus here, and so I'm really appreciate the work.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I really, I think we're seeing a lot of you all, and that's for the best. I think we've stayed in sync from the board and staff side throughout each step of this, which is critically important. I think to build off of one of Ms. Cunningham's questions around trees and plantable areas, I know that there's the education phase going on around imperviousness and what all of the zoning terms and all of that is and what all this data is. To what extent are we also incorporating some of the learning around what diameter trees need to be healthy and the depth of soil? Because I know that those things are really important for all of both the survival of the trees, but also the hydrology of what's happening when water hits our pervious areas, but also is not something most lay people or even most medium deep people in the subject matter are going to understand. But I think it's really important when we think through how much space do we need to be achieving our tree and stormwater goals.
Sure. Yeah, I can jump in on that. Yes, so we do, even for our first Q&A, we had a short overview presentation, and so we did talk about, again, kind of some of the key components, but, letting people know kind of those critical root zones are really large, and we had one of the diagrams, I think, borrowed from Vincent. We've also been having some quality time with Vincent, so he can kind of do a little brain dump and educating us, on some of all the expertise that he has. But definitely the open house events, we plan to have multiple stations, and so one of them will obviously be tree canopy and kind of some of those key areas, because most people are not thinking about soil volume and the different even different types of roots, the structural roots and then the absorption roots, and so there's just a lot of science there that we hope to help illuminate for people. So
awesome. That's great. I would say some of those root types are new to me tonight, so that demonstrates just how much there is to learn. I really appreciate it. I think I will be doing my best to stop by one of the open houses. I think there's a lot for all of us to learn here, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. last but not least here, I really want to thank you. I had the opportunity already to engage in a couple of events, especially in the fair, etc. I have to say, simple conveyable things, like, for example, what is an impervious surface that we try to regulate? There is a nice, you even have it here, there's a nice graphic that shows your driveway, your patio, your swimming pool, the roofs actually, etc. So this is this begins to be more clear. I thought it was very thought-provoking to see people who may belong to the category who haven't thought that this is a place where there is a discussion in the community and a discussion in good terms, in regulatory terms. So this was increasing both the curiosity, but also the appetite to learn more. I have learned more in this process than I ever expected, so thank you for that. October 20th is open house. It's in the Lebanon Community Center. That's the first one. But you say also on slide 12 that there will be an online version of open house. So when is that going to be available? What's the format for that?
Sure. So, I think we haven't exactly figured out when we'll debut that, if it'll be between the two open houses or maybe the second open house is November 13th. So, but sometime likely, in that time frame, we'll have the virtual version as well. And so people can view a lot of the same information, but we will have some questions that people can kind of engage with as well. So we'll have that virtual version available. And so we'll share more information as we get that get that all set up. But
thank you. And again, thank you so much for the mapping tool. I think that judging from those who are most invested in the outcomes of the study, that they are already using it a lot. So that's a good thing. For everybody who doesn't know that, we have a mapping viewer. This is a tool that property by property, lot by lot, shows in green what is trees and vegetation, and in yellow what is actually a structure, and in white what is in between. So which is part of what we are trying to regulate here. Thank you so much for that. Colleagues, if there is no objection, we can move to the next one, which is Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Nick and Eileen. Going to ask Rana Abu-Ghazalik to come on out with Jen Smith and I think Anthony. She's going to provide an overview of our comprehensive plan update project, and just a little bit about this. This is, our comprehensive plan serves as a long-term strategic roadmap for our community's growth and questions around our quality of life. And we're working on a new introductory chapter, and we're limited to how many pages? 1,000, I think. I'm just kidding. We're going to be working on the draft of that, and I wanted to give Rana an opportunity to go through in details, some of the details of what we're doing and some of the community engagement that's going to take place, that took place over this past spring and will take place over in the fall. And I'll turn it over to you to start us with the presentation.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager and Mr. Chair and County Board members. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to update you about the Comprehensive Plan project and its progress as an in-person update also. So we will be going over why the Comprehensive Plan matters. So as you all know, the Comprehensive Plan serves as a long-term roadmap for the community's growth, development, as well as quality of life. It's a statement, for our long-standing values where we put that pen to paper and really commit to that. It's also a strategic tool and a policy framework that allows to guide our decision-making, inform it, and stay consistent, and also has a forward-thinking approach to it in terms of decisions that are based on the community values and hopefully benefiting also generations, because comprehensive plans range between at least 20 to 35 years in terms of the length of them and the forward thinking of them. Why also it matters is because the Virginia Code requires localities to review their comprehensive plans at least once every 5 years to see if there is a need for any updates or any amendments. So it's not like we just like to do it, it's also part of our code. The county's also last review recommended updating the comprehensive plan goals and policies, so you'll see me speak to that as well, which interestingly enough haven't been changed since the 60s. So hopefully it's up for an update where we can look at what emerging priorities we can also speak to as part of that update. Next slide, thank you. In terms of why we're specifically updating our Arlington's comprehensive plan is because we, as I said, we want to incorporate those emerging priorities or unaddressed issues that maybe some of our already out of those 12 comprehensive plan elements have addressed or started to address, but we want something that kind of glues them together or provides an overarching overview of what those unaddressed issues or what those priorities are, like racial equity, climate change, public health, economic resilience, which is kind of front and center in terms of some of our concerns, and their connection to the comprehensive plan and our development and forward visioning policies. It's also about creating guiding principles that align with the community priorities and values that really put people first and allows us to, extract from what those needs are to provide those as policies in the comprehensive plan. It demonstrates how the 12 existing elements are connected also and coordinated, and how they contribute to the big picture of realizing Arlington's vision. So we have the vision to start with, then the comprehensive plan and any goals should derive from that vision, so that any actions or any policies carry through for any additional plans through the 12 elements or any operational plans as well. Next slide, please. So what this project, so let's see what the project will produce and how we are doing that. We'll have an introductory chapter. Every comprehensive plan needs an introductory chapter where we would give an overview of data about life in Arlington today, projections related to the future, an overview of the county's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges that is both kind of anchored in statistics, but also derived from people's perspective, which we have been gathering input about. The guiding principles that also reflect people's lived experience, updating those so that they align with our community values and needs, and then an overview of how those 12 elements, as I said, work together, in addition to an outline, hopefully, for future comprehensive plan element updates and how that process would look like to allow us to align with those updated guiding principles. Next slide. So in terms of updating the goals and objectives with Arlington's guiding principles, as a starting point, we wanted to use kind of a regional standard in terms of the American Planning Association's principles as best practices for comprehensive plans that talk about various principles that, interestingly enough, do not deviate a lot from our vision. A lot of those keywords are already existing in our vision. Livable built environment, harmony with nature or sustainability, for example, resilient economy, equity and diversity, health and safe community, and responsible regionalism. So those APA principles as a starting point, coupled with the community's input and responses, will allow us to provide a tailored set of guiding principles for Arlington. Those 6, as I said, are starting points. There's room for suggestion of any additional guiding principles if those don't meet all of our needs, and we want to make sure that other things can be addressed. Next slide. So about those American planning principles, I'm not going to go into detail about those. I'll leave that, as reading material. But as you see those as part of the initial starting point where we had derived us from the APA, we're really looking to see how we can use those statements to inform what our description of those guiding principles, what we can add, what we can, omit from those, so that we reach something that is unique to us. And as I said, if there's additional guiding principles, we are getting input from the community as to what they think that principle would look like. Next slide. All right, so we talked about the what we are doing, the how we're doing it, and now it's the when. So I'm gonna kind of go back a little bit in time in terms of when we had started. We had started with the internal departmental pre-planning and workshop, where we really asked our departments about their programs and activities and how they align with the current comprehensive plan and objectives. And we noticed some gaps. So it was kind of us trying to figure out what the problem statement is. Then we also tried to work on creating a tool called the Community Vulnerability Index Map that allowed us, based on several criteria, to look at the highest vulnerability areas within Arlington. And that really informed also our outreach efforts in making sure that we are inclusive of communities that don't normally participate or have barriers to participation, and really trying to work to get those communities to participate in our comprehensive plan update. In the spring and summer, we were busy with initial focus groups. We had various focus groups, that we worked with. We had also our online feedback opportunity, and we also recruited 5 community liaisons who were bilingual in some of the top languages spoken in Arlington. So we're really proud of that as well. In fall of 2025, this is when we are also carrying on with our engagement and resuming it with community meetings, pop-up events, and the online feedback opportunity that carries additional questions related to the comprehensive plan and those guiding principles. In the winter, we'll be drafting the introductory chapter, additional public feedback to that, and the county board, of course, action in terms of approval or adoption. And then hopefully, as part of that, we'll be drafting a scope for phase 2 for consideration by the board to enable having that discussion as to whether and or how to proceed with phase 2, which hasn't been predetermined, and it's up for the board to decide on. Next slide. So kind of in terms of that, as I said, progress update so far. With those focus groups that we started with, we met with African and Black and African American communities, Hispanic and Latino, low-income renters. We actually had one entirely done in Spanish, facilitated start to finish, and then people with disability, teens and youth, Middle Eastern group, and business and development community. We also had, as I said, the spring online feedback form, the recruitment of the community liaisons, where we required that they do at least a minimum of 20 hours of one-on-one outreach each. So hopefully that allows us to kind of dig deep within the community of people who are knowledgeable about how to interact and how to spread the messaging, which has been also translated into those main 6 languages spoken in Arlington. We also met with the Long-Range Planning Committee and had an overview of the plan, and even got their guidance on those initial guiding principles and the suitability and some of that feedback. Next slide. So in terms of those focus group meetings, just like a quick demographic update, we met with 84 people in the spring and summer, and had them equally kind of, 2/3 were about female, 1/3 were male participants. In terms of age, you can see the majority between the 30 and 40 to 49, but we had good representation from the youth. We're trying to up also the participation of the 20 and 29, hopefully through our street canvassing or our larger community meetings. So we're looking for your support to help us do so. In terms of ethnicity, you can see Hispanic actually populations were among the highest percentages, and a good amount of diversity in those focus groups, and in terms of the languages spoken, where Spanish also has a good representation as well. Next slide. Those are just a few of the pictures of the different focus groups that we had, and it was great vibe and great energy in the room and great discussions that really came out of it. I don't tell anyone, but my favorite was the youth one. They were amazing in terms of really connections to the environment, some great food for thought for us, for sure. And so some of the things that we heard in terms of the livable built environment is definitely, sorry, next slide. Apologies. Yeah. Some of the things that we heard from those focus groups in terms of livable built environment was related to housing equity and affordability. Access to amenities were one of the top things that were on the participants' minds. In terms of interwoven equity, inclusion, dignity, accessibility, especially also in the group of people with disabilities, that was top of mind. And then the importance of belonging and recognition was also one of the things that we heard. In terms of harmony with nature, sustainable infrastructure, environmental justice also was one of the things that were brought up, and we were happy to see that also spoken to. In terms of health and safety, top of mind was safety in housing, schools, and public buildings and other buildings, crime and drug-free parks, and better safety for pedestrians and cyclists. In terms of resilient economy, people talked a lot about job access, training, and workforce development. And in terms of responsible regionalism, they really wanted to make sure that the community was included in decisions that kind of span beyond just Arlington to other jurisdictions, and the need for regional coordination, especially in making sure that there's a consistent experience, housing, healthcare, etc. Next slide. Coming on to the online feedback form, as you can see, this is also the demographic data related to that. We had 463 respondents. It was kind of a little bit, somewhat on the flip side, a little bit in terms of representation, where it was higher percentage of the older 70 and above. Ethnicity was predominantly white, but I have to caution that it's also people who provided those data. So we don't know about the people who didn't respond, if that was fear or did not have patience to finish, because we can't demand that they provide those demographic information. All right, next slide. And so in terms of the upcoming full engagement opportunities, in prepping for that, we have 6 pop-ups around various locations within Arlington. The community meetings, we have 2 virtual and 2 in-person. For street canvassing, it's also around 6 areas around Arlington. Another online feedback form. Please, if there is any way to kind of push that as much as you guys can, that would be greatly appreciated. And also, we're having additional focus groups. We weren't able to tap to the East Asian community the last time, but we were able to kind of create additional momentum and do that, and with the LGBTQIA+. And so we've been very fortunate to have support from 2 of our county board liaisons. Thank you, Maureen and Susan, in terms of willingness and commitment to also attend staff-led events, share collective county board desired outcomes and talking points, promoting the project for awareness, and identifying key challenges and opportunities. And then we have also LRPC meetings on the map. We have targeted November 12th for another update meeting as well. Next slide. So in terms of our full engagement calendar, those are the different dates that we have set for the community meetings. The third one that had the week of October 27th, we actually got confirmation yesterday, excuse me, that we will be able to have it on October 28th. So we'll update that calendar and share that as well. but you guys can look at our webpage for any additional details. And I know that there was an initial request to maybe have one of our community liaisons speak. Unfortunately, because of the time shortage, we weren't able to have a video, but we provided those pictures from our recent pop-up for the Hispanic Heritage Festival. And it was really busy. The other one was Rock and Recycle just this Saturday also. And a lot of good turnout, so we're really excited to see that continue so that we can get as much feedback on this process as we can. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and appreciate any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeliak. Colleagues, any questions? I see Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, well, I'll start not with a question, but with a huge thank you. I know that, Susan and I have met with you the team, not just you, Ron, but like the team a number of times, and it's been really great to see as feedback gets incorporated. I think that we are moving along, and there's a lot of moving parts here, but I think they are well handled and well coordinated, so I'm really looking forward to this. In terms of how people can promote the opportunity to get involved, I guess what, in your view, is the best way for the general public to share with, the people in their network and kind of utilize each other as messengers within the community? Is there any thought to like how best we can all do our part in making sure people know about this?
Yes, I mean, for sure, sharing our webpage and helping us push the online feedback form as much as we can would be greatly appreciated. The community liaisons are kind of a huge asset in terms of also pushing that to people who might be hindered from the fact that they don't know that this online feedback form can be translated to other languages by clicking a button, and you can actually, fill that out. And so we're also having hard copies for people who prefer to do that in our pop-ups, and even, willing to hand that to our community liaisons if that's something that they prefer, and pushing that through all of our, comms team network to make sure there's no stone left unturned. But you also have your channels and you have your community, so whatever you can help us with would be definitely greatly appreciated. But our top priority is definitely the online feedback form for sure.
And yeah.
Just one additional comment, Rana, you may want to elaborate on the newsletter series as well as another item that will be going out to push out to provide some additional information.
Definitely. So as part of also our pop-ups, we're asking people to sign up for additional information, and part of that would be our newsletter that we're hoping would kind of capture some of those guiding principles, explain what they are, and also direct people to fill out our online feedback form as well. So it'll be informative, but also pushing people to participate and provide input.
Yeah, that's great. That sounds awesome. I'll pass along to colleagues for now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I see Ms. Cunningham's light.
I would echo my thanks, and we're just getting started, but it's exciting to see the depth of engagement. I think the intent here is really that everyone is welcome, and we hope to reach all of the community to weigh in. I just want to highlight, I think we had some of this conversation verbally recently, and I wasn't able to get it back to you written out in time. But the people-centric guiding principles and sort of the idea of the guiding principles being new, I think is a stumbling block for some reading this the first time. Can you share a little bit more about that? I think the 1960 document has 7 guiding principles. Are we throwing them all out and starting over? Are we saying we're adapting them, revising them, or we don't know yet?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we don't know yet. Part of it will be, clarified through the community input, but we're really not starting from, scratch, as I said. A lot of those key things that we're starting with is part of our county vision. Some of it has been addressed in those current county goals and objectives, and some of them need to be addressed. So it should be a combination of all of those things until we reach something that satisfies everyone, or at least is a good compromise, because sometimes you can't satisfy everyone, but at least something that really, resonates with the community and adds to something that we're starting with, as I said, with the APA guidelines, but tailoring it to our needs and our priorities as well.
Great, and I think it was page 6 in your presentation that you emphasized we're taking APA's current sort of best of as a starting point, but Arlington's,
So special.
always above average. So we will definitely, be refining them, and that's just a starting point for the conversation. It's not fully baked, and that's the reason we're doing all this engagement. The last question I had was on page 7 of the presentation. You talked about phase 1 and phase 2, and I know the board has been really clear in directing that we are engaging on phase 1, and then we will be stopping, discussing, deciding the scope and charge of any potential phase 2. So I just want to highlight that, this is one notion of kind of where phase 2 would start, but really in the winter, we'd be expecting to kind of stop with phase 1, get ideas, recommendations, additional questions, and then as a board, we will provide additional direction and charge about whether and when to move forward.
Definitely, yes. And, as I said, drafting that scope is to enable such a discussion, and then it's at the discretion of the board in terms of when and how we want to get started with that. In the end, the general land use plan is one element out of those 12 elements. So considering updating it to create efficiency, knowing that a lot of our neighboring jurisdictions are updating their comprehensive plans in a way that creates better vision for their spaces and places, is something that we as professionals and staff would love to recommend for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see Vice Chair Ferrantes. Light.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm learning, and since our first staff briefing on this, I am more knowledgeable, I would say, and I've gone through an evolution. I feel like lots of things I've probably evolved on. I guess I would, and I'm grateful to our liaisons for the leadership, and I'm also mindful that there's been much discussed. And so give me some grace. I'm going to offer a few thoughts. They're going to be generous. There might be a thing or two in them. Street canvassing, 6 locations. Have we decided those just yet?
We have, but we are usually not supposed to publish them for equity reasons. That's what I've been told by comms team. So yes, rest assured that we have. We're happy to share those internally, but unfortunately we can't publicize them.
Sure.
Until you see someone on the street doing street canvassing.
It's good practice not to
I'm not
say in advance, we will be there, come on. We do that in other places.
I'm not asking for that. Let me give you a concrete example.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in equity, and I believe in rebuilding the Madison Community Center. Let's just, that's okay to say. It's not as, my vision of equity does not provide the same resources, and this isn't so much for staff. It's just, you got to say out loud that pop-ups generally come more in the metro corridors. Street canvassing generally may be in our neighborhoods, in my sense. We shouldn't publish where and all that, but I think it's worth saying. And so then I'll go on record if I see the locations, colleagues will know that I have plenty of opinions. If there's a community engagement session that is deep in a single-family neighborhood, I will go and listen. I'll just say that, because these 2 locations are great locations. They're more accessible than many locations. But this is a big topic that will evolve, and so just ask for grace. That's an opinion. It doesn't have to be my way, but that's just, I'll go to it if we want to schedule one more, or if we happen to do it, that's fine. I'm not saying that we have to. It's not a decision that is exclusively up to us. as board members. It is a shared, and our liaisons are lead in point, but I'm a board member, and maybe I can have an opinion on that. When was the GLUP started? Just out of curiosity, it's either 1960 or something. Was it 1960?
Yeah, 1960.
So
61, I think
there's
it was.
one person I listen to and respect who points out that the GLUP was made before any one of us was born. Anyone on the board was born, right? And I respect that view. In 1932, there was a policy that was made, and that is well before any one of us, the board, was born. And we love that policy. It's how we're governed. And it was made for some good policy reasons. I'm just saying that now that I'm getting old, not all old things are terrible. And that doesn't mean I don't want to change the GLUB. And so I'm just asking for a little grace. You know, there are different perspectives, different policies. And then I'll retreat from quirky opinions and just say, phase 2, I'll join Ms. Cunningham. I am not sold. I'm a skeptic. I'm not saying I can't get there, but I think that's important to say out loud. And I'm not saying I'm per se going to be against, but I just feel that that's an important thing to share. And I hope that, you know, that's a lot of comments. Our police officers, in addition to our sheriff's deputies, have been waiting a long time. I hope those comments are reasonable to share and not too over-caffeinated. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I see Mr. Spain.
Mr. Vice Chair, you need some grace?
I wouldn't.
Look, so I just want to go back to slide 11 for a second, if we could pull this up, because, you know, one thing about how I view this is when we empower our community, especially in this early stages of the process, right? It's really going to help us when we make these decisions down the road. And quite honestly, the outcomes will be more equitable. So when you look at this at first glance, right, you've already had some focus groups. And this is what I'm seeing, right? I'm seeing a high emphasis on equity and inclusion and health. I guess my question is, you know, knowing what we know, what we're seeing right now early on in housing, right? How does that information assist us to help the team as you move forward and navigate across all of Arlington? Because if this is the themes, and I've heard about housing, I've heard about affordability, we beat equity day in and day out, and half people know what it is, half people don't, right? What does that really mean for the team?
Thank you. Yes, definitely, as you see in the livable built environment, housing equity was one of the things that were front and center. So it is resonating, and starting with the focus group had, the timing of it was because we wanted to make use of a grant that was made possible for us. So we kind of were limited as to use those funds before the end of the fiscal year. But the engagement in the fall will allow for broader, community input, as well as the online feedback form. And, where as part of also the analysis of our current online feedback form, housing is one of the things that we are noticing as front and center, even also in terms of housing and high rents, etc. So those are all things that we are kind of absorbing, but not coming with a kind of determined or judgment that would color additional engagement. We're kind of trying to let this play out, get all of the engagement, kind of bucket that or tag that in the right, headlines or headings or common themes, and then start informing our introductory chapter, as well as the updating of the guiding principles.
I appreciate that. And of course, we're not trying to make any predeterminations, but I'll be watching this, and I think, at first look, I personally can see how housing and this intersectionality between so many other areas, things we're working on, that is going to be at the very top. So and also congratulations for being here in person. We've done a lot of virtual and a very strong presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any others? So, Ms. Casale, first of all, I need to commend you and your team for the not so much appreciated previous work to all this, which is only partially represented by the work on identifying what a vulnerable and exposed community is and what, some of the initial, let's call them asymmetries. I'm not going to call them imbalances or inequalities. I call them asymmetries. So one of the things that fascinates me in that, and for me this is catnip literally, is that you deal with, this is a 12 elements plan. There are some elements that, if I was in a focus group, I would say, oh, well, wait a minute, the public safety, where's the public safety? Is that implied? Is that explicit or so? Digital equity, where did we lose that? It wasn't in the 60s a big thing, but today it is. We just talked about that. So I think that you're throwing a lot of elements. Some of them we have really updated them relatively recently. 9 out of 12, according to my count, right? So we introduced a lot of new elements and new ideas, and there are some that rhyme with the general handling of the plan, and others that rhyme less. So what we are doing here is clean up first, and seeing where our community stands. Not everything. At least seeing where the asymmetries are. Because they come back to bite us if we let them fester, right? Take, for example, food inequality and, food insecurity or, transportation plan issues or affordable housing issues, etc. So I think that what our community in general, what we are after here is to see where the dynamics are. So before we have an opinion of what happens next, we have to figure out what happens now. And I thank you for this work. One thing I want to ask you, though, I see in the outreach plan here, in person at the GMU campus that was yesterday, or that was on the 14th of October, right? Mm-hmm. So, and then there is another in the Arlington Trade Center. So are the focus groups sessions over, or are they coming in waves and cycles?
So we had the bulk of our focus groups in the spring and summer. We have just 2 additional this fall. Mm-hmm. And we're kind of really focusing at this point on the broader engagement through our community meetings, which one of them actually is a virtual meeting that will allow for language interpretation to make sure people who might be, as I said, intimidated and not, fear of language barriers to participation, to allow that simultaneous translation to play out. So yes, we have 2 just additional focus groups, but the bulk of it has been done in the spring and summer.
Right. I'm just looking at the preliminary demographics from the online feedback form. I just encourage you to go back to what we probably learned from vulnerability analysis, to be very determined in getting the voices in, because from alone they are not going to materialize. I'm sorry, they just don't have the channel, and even if we offer the opportunity, it's not part of our culture as we experience it today that we get this feedback. So we will have to go and get it. Yeah. So that's why I'm asking about focus group, because I'm a very big believer personally in the focus group, in the ability of focus group to actually reveal issues that we test then with a more randomly chosen public. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you for the ongoing work. We are I look forward to engage further. And thank you to our colleagues, Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Coffey, for engaging so intensively in this. Thank you. Thank you. On to the next one.
I feel like we should ask Anthony a question.
Yes, Anthony.
But we'll save it for next time.
All right, so I'm going to ask a few people to come up here. Because we want to talk about nightlife, I appreciate the board waiting till 6 o'clock.
So much
That was very appropriate of you. You have exquisite timing.
We make everything we can to end these board meetings at a time where we can experience nightlife one-to-one.
Right.
So,
you know, I had a lot of fun today. I went back and listened to the conversation we had in May about nightlife in Clarendon. And let's remind everybody, 8 months from May, which is January, we're going to come back, at least for 4 of the establishments, and talk a little bit about how they're doing. I did promise, and I think a midway point check-in about how we were doing on the steps that we had suggested about taking on enforcement. So you have no idea how excited I am to introduce Mo Rouse, who is sitting behind me. Mo's been one of my heroes for many years. And I also have Aaron Miller, Lieutenant Riccio is with us. We have Deputy Chief Vincent. We have Captain Canigliaro out there in the front. They're going to be the backup. But I'm going to turn it over to Aaron. Do I want to turn it over to you to start with an introduction on how we're doing on enforcement and nightlife detail?
Yes. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us back again. As the manager mentioned, since we last saw you, we have made a number of advancements in the plan that had been laid out. Top of the list there is we have hired for the fire marshal position that was funded. And the fire marshal has been a valuable contribution to the nightlife detail, as the police department can attest to. Along with that, we have continued our regular combined enforcement action with zoning and ISD officials joining our police and fire marshal out in regular intervals and visiting establishments on a regular cadence. And so they've been out for a number of weekends and been able, I think, to really correct any issues before they become major problems, enhance the safety of the community. And as the manager said, we are very excited to have Mo come on board with the Business Outreach Unit. And so I'll have him introduce himself, and Sergeant Butzner is back there too. And they can tell you a little bit about what they've been up to. And again, we'll be back in a few months with some more details.
Good evening, County Board Chair and County Board members. Sorry. Maybe I need to push back a little bit. I'm kind of overmodulated. As everyone stated, I am Mo Rouse. I'm the co-lead with the Business Outreach Unit with Corporal April Robinson. Together, we oversee the Business Safety Initiative and the Arlington Restaurant Initiative. With my background in tourism and hospitality and Corporal Robinson's extensive experience in law enforcement, we are dedicated to reestablishing and strengthening our connection with Arlington's business community. As the Arlington Restaurant Initiative approaches its 10-year anniversary, we're using this milestone as an opportunity to enhance the program by using technology and bringing on new programs to enhance safety. We're reconnecting with our partners to gather input and identify ways to involve ARI, both for this year and beyond. Our continued focus on the rebuilding trust and fostering strong relationships with restaurant owners, managers, staff, and security teams. Our intent is to prioritize education on key issues impacting businesses, reinforcing the department's commitment to supporting private establishments in safeguarding their employees and patrons through a variety of training, opportunities, and safety programs. As we continue to rebuild, our focus remains on strengthening our partnerships with key community stakeholders, including the Roslyn Bid, Ballston Bid, Clarendon Alliance, the Langston Boulevard Alliance, Columbia Pike Partnership, National Landing Bid, and the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, we are also working to establish a strong collaboration with internal county partners such as public health, the Arlington Fire Department, code enforcement, zoning, and other department agencies, as well as Virginia ABC Authority. In addition to strengthening relationships leading to ARI accreditation and recertification, we are also focused on updating and enhancing a variety of trainings, including the Virginia Hospital Center's Arlington County Fire Department Hands to Heart CPR training, fire marshal-led occupancy and fire code training, public health code, food code training, Narcan administrative training, security training, and other specific training, among others. We also plan to connect with other agencies that have a dedicated nightlife detail to compare logistics, technology, and the overall efficiency of their programs. One topic we continue to revisit is the review of establishment's social media activity. We're working closely with Leslie Pelzer from the special events team to stay informed about upcoming events and promotions. This collaboration helps us maintain open communication with county staff and restaurant owners, allowing for proactive engagement and partnership. Now, my partner and I, we've been involved with this organization with BOU, ARI, for about going on 3 months now. So we're basically coming in and just reevaluating everything. We've hit the ground running. We've been down with the nightlife, and we see exactly how vital and important that nightlife detail is. So.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I'm not trying to speak long. I am just thankful for the work, and in particular your concluding kind of comments. Keeping the peace when folks may have over-imbibed or whatever, is not easy. And grateful to our officers for doing that. Eager to continue the conversation. You folks and those who are working on the streets are boots on the ground, and super grateful there. All of that said, I will also, my big picture recollection concerns our ability to assess where there are challenges and focus on those challenges. And that will be the next phase. And I'm not really making much of a question. I'm just trying to tell you that until someone adjusts my sense of big picture thinking, that's where I sit, and happy to be briefed at the appropriate time, but, and not wanting to prejudge the outcome with respect to where there may be challenges, but we did have the public conversation a few months ago, and super mindful that actually doing the work is not easy. It's not at a time that's super easy, and so grateful for the two of you in particular, as well as our officers doing it, but that's kind of for situational awareness where I am on this issue, big picture. Thank you.
I will go first to my right and then to Ms. Koff.
I wasn't precluding a response, Mr. Rouse, but I also wasn't trying to get into the weeds and so you look like you might say something. I'm not asking you to take defeat from the jaws of victory, but I am, if you want to say something, no problem. I just wanted to at least give everybody a little sense, and I think the board knows, and and the department knows, but I just wanted to give you that sense.
Yeah, that's it. I was going to say that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
You're starting with, great. So, one, Aaron, thank you for getting us started here. And to Corporal Robinson and Mo, great to see you. I think we've crossed paths out there in the community on the street a couple times already. Meet them in the streets. So, Business Outreach Unit, you've been there about 3 months. It's great to hear about the advancement of new programs, advancing safety, rebuilding trust, and with businesses and staff, enhancing your partnerships with key stakeholders, even in the county, whether it's public health. That is great for Clarendon. And I think, though we've had challenges in the past, I think we'll see what happens. that leads me to ask you, and again, this is just an opinion, what does success, in your opinion, look like in the next 3 to 6 months?
Yes, for me and my colleagues, just making sure that we are on point with the training, reestablishing the training for all of the restaurants and businesses that we're involved with Clarendon, not only necessarily Clarendon, but that could be Roslyn, Crystal City, National Landing as well. But a success for us would look like just building this program back up within the end of the year, and making sure that all the training that we are wanting to implement is on point.
Okay.
And I just want to add real quick on that. And it's not just reestablishing that relationship with the stakeholders and restaurants, owners, et cetera, but it's also informing our police department and making sure they're educated too on these new technologies and programs to make sure they're up to speed. Because we want to be kind of joint effort, right? We want to be able to inform these restaurants of these new trainings, but we also want to be and prepare our new officers who are working the streets.
Yeah, I think with the businesses, and we all know quite a few of them, I can't tell you how many times businesses have reached out, or owners have reached out to me and say, you know, JD, I have an issue X, Y, and Z. And I'll tell you, ACPD, you know, Deputy Vincent and the Chief, you've been very responsive in so many ways. And I think establishing those relationships, right? And there's a lot of business, hats off to you, good luck. There's a lot of businesses to go after, not just the bids and the partnerships, but it's a challenge. And I think it's also about manpower, personnel, right? Are you right sized to do the robust work that's going to be required to establish these relationships and build, whether it's trust and enhance that for the short and long term. So I commend you. Thank you. And I look forward to monitoring progress on this. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Cunningham.
I think I have 2 questions. One is picking up on the manpower question. We are all grappling at all times with how to get you guys home to your families to get a little bit more sleep, because there are not enough public safety professionals in our country right now. How are you treating, kind of the revitalization of this initiative? What metrics will you be looking at for whether this is the best place to put an hour of our public safety time or someplace else, kind of the trade-offs and the cost benefit?
I'll start with that, and then I'll let I'll sort of let some others opine if Chief Vincent or Captain Canigliaro wants to. That's fine. In general, let me just tell you what we've seen in Clarendon. So the first time we studied the growth of nightlife, the nightlife economy within Clarendon was about 2012. And I think it was a Virginia Tech produced a report at the time that showed about 9,000 individuals on the busiest nights coming through there. Since then, we now have 26 bars, restaurants, and nightclubs, 19 of which have live entertainment permits, and they have a total capacity of about 4,500 individuals. And so you figure they do a couple of turns a night, you're looking at 10,000 folks easy on a Friday or Saturday night coming through there. That is all within 0.07 square miles. That's a tiny little area. It's a very dense commercial, residential corridor, as you know, and it really is the intersection, I think, of where our commercial businesses and our residents sort of meet. And that's sort of, again, the front door. We've got transit and major thoroughfares there. And I think year over year, we have seen a growing demand because we've seen, an increase. So that 9,000 that we saw, it's not uncommon, again, to have 10, in some special event weekends, 15,000 people out for an evening. Last year, that resulted in about 7,300 hours of police work. That was the calendar year 24. I think that's what we had in our what we gave you earlier this year in our fiscal year 26 budget presentation. We talked about that. And so, as we look at the growing demand, not only this, but other special events and other things that are taking place throughout the county, we are going to be faced, I think, just to preview some of the budget conversations, with some real demands about how we allocate public safety resources, not just police, but also, fire marshal is involved in this, but also fire, EMS resources, and others throughout the entire spectrum. So it is something I can tell you that I look at and run those numbers and think to myself, on a call for service basis, on a per capita basis, are we, to your point, are we putting our resources where they are best needed? The hard part about that, about this particular instance, is crowded places and soft targets historically across not only the U.S., but also across Europe and across the world, have been increasingly targeted. And it is, mostly at random and a lot of lone and individual actors these days. And so when it comes to balancing that risk, right, and when it comes to really data-driven deployments of our public safety resources, it is an impossible calculus these days. So.
Gotcha. And to that end, this is probably a premature conversation, but I know there's been discussion across the region about, more pedestrian-oriented spaces or spaces that can flex between roadway and pedestrian. Anything you can share about Clarendon?
Yeah, as I mentioned, vital transportation thoroughway, particularly with the metro station there and the number of commercial businesses. It is something that we have had conversations on. We continue to have conversations not just about that particular neighborhood, but also some other neighborhoods about when and how we would look at that and the resources required. It is something that some other localities are dealing with. I think maybe you saw in the news today, Alexandria has expanded the pedestrian zone around
just a little jealous.
Yep, down King Street down there along the waterfront. So we are definitely looking at this.
If I could add on that, because I know, and I don't want to get everybody too anxious or too excited about this, but we've been working over the last 6 months to try to see when we could do a test for one night or a weekend in the Clarendon area to see what it would be like to go without cars. We have how many departments? At least 2 or 3 departments sort of working on sort of the logistics behind that. And I think when we revisit the question about our master transportation plan and sort of how we're looking at our spaces, it's definitely something aspirationally. I think we'd like to make that a place where cars were not going through. But having said that, and having lived in I've lived in Arlington for 40 years, the alternatives may not be better. We'll have to see, because we have to, it's a huge conversation, but we're just trying to figure out the logistics of how to make that happen. So before people get too concerned about it, we will have multiple conversations with you and in public before we ever do anything like that.
Great. And then the last question I have is about the perception of over-serving and the coordination with the state on that issue. Can you remind us where we are in that?
Yeah, we have regular and I'd say strong contact with the state alcohol beverage control. I'm aware of at least one ongoing investigation right now. And I know that regularly the nightlife detail provides that information to the investigators and special agents with ABC. I know at least 1 to 2 establishments every year that we have to work with to correct some of those actions. So,
and I would just say, in case ABC is listening, we would welcome additional efforts on their part in Arlington.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I'll add a challenge on the over-serving element is also because of the location in a densely residential area, is it may not be that the over-serving is occurring at an establishment as much as at a residence prior to going to the establishment. And so there are some complications in who and how that can be enforced, because people who heavily drink prior to going to a bar may not appear overly intoxicated until perhaps an hour later, even if they have not consumed anything additional at the establishment. So just add that as a new layer of complication in addition to all the other layers of complication. My question is really on, I know the community and the neighborhood are really invested in trying to find a way forward here. Mr. Miller and I have developed wonderful relationships with a couple of constituents who regularly write to us, and we work to respond as rapidly as possible. And, I find myself sending many screenshots y'all's way, but, what is the best way? Obviously, we're trying very hard to move to more proactive enforcement such that people don't have to be getting in touch with us. But what is the best way for community members who are experiencing either, an acute, we need something to be done tonight, right now kind of issue, or more of the chronic, we're noticing over time that this continues to be an issue. It might be call the same place or go to the same place. It might be that those two situations have different places that they should go, but how should the community, when they do have concerns, get in touch?
Sure. First and foremost, anything that is an emergency, obviously call 911. Second, if you are a resident or you happen to be out and you see something, find one of the officers on the nightlife detail. They're visible. They have static posts as well as roving, and their job is to be visible. So stop them if you see anything of concern. Always remember the non-emergency line as well, 703-558-2222. For those things that are non-emergent, that is 24 hours a day. So noise complaints, anything like that, I can assure you that those get passed along, and that the shift lead of the nightlife detail or those who are working go and follow up on those with the establishment. We try for compliance first. We ask nicely, try to get them to turn the volume down, et cetera, whatever the issue is. And then from there, like last weekend, I know some violations were sent over to code enforcement to send out. So.
And if I could just mention, looking back at the conversation we had in May, I'm glad that Mo and April are involved in this. Many times there's big staff turnover at some of these establishments, and sometimes they're going out and hiring people to promote events that simply don't know the rules. So this education campaign and the training will, I think, go a long way to addressing some of that. Not all the way, but it'll go a long way towards it.
May I say something to that? I think in addition to not only having new staff turnover, but we also have several businesses that are going to be starting soon. I know Mo or Corporal Robinson can speak to that a little bit, but we have several bars that are going to be coming open here in the next couple of months. So it's vital to us that we get them trained as well. We begin that relationship building with them so they understand what our culture and what our expectations are as they move forward with their business.
Yeah, so we've got Nettie's, it's now opened. We've been in touch with Nettie's, and we also have been in touch with Bo, that new establishment that's coming on board. So we've been checking because originally they were scheduled to open on the 4th. They're not open. They were scheduled for a soft open this week. They're still working on it. So we're continuing to follow that because it's going to probably change the dynamic of how we strategically place our offices.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. And as liaison for the Clarendon Alliance, I am a resident of the Clarendon neighborhood. I am around and here to be helpful, in the other direction as well. So please, anytime you want to loop me into something, I'm happy to be a part of it.
Thank you. Just to remember some old habits. Ms. Coffey would be the night mayor of but these are parts of the conversation we had back in May. To think new and enhanced ways, right? I mean, you guys are putting a lot of work into that, a lot of presence, etc. You have brought back, the collaboration of the establishments to a degree. Now, the next layer is to make them, work with us, as in actively be part of the game here. And this is behind the night mayor ideas, et cetera. Also think a little bit about their business model. One of the advantages of opening some temporary pedestrian places, we don't need to we don't need to overthink that. I mean, it's temporary and it's as a pilot. Now that the weather is still okay, is that they can configure it in a way that it attracts a different crowd. I mean, they can get it wrong and attract the same crowd and then have enhanced problems. But here we are knowing a little bit better now how we can do that in a different way. It's not really rocket science, and it's done in many places, and it works. And then you have like these layers of responsibility: the night mayor, the group of individual restaurants who actually self-patrol sometimes, etc. We've seen that in other places, right here in this region. So I commend you for the work. I mean, it's difficult, but I believe that's moving forward, and thank you for this. So I see Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I just want to circle back to something, Aaron, you stated when Board Member Cunningham was having a conversation. We're talking about briefly the footprint in and around Clarendon, the 9,000, something up to 10,000, and you also referenced something about soft targets. I'm assuming that presence can be a deterrence. Is there a threat assessment for Clarendon? I mean, you kind of you said soft targets, and I just want to understand that, like, to the I think I understand it, but to the folks that are watching the list, what does that mean?
Yeah. Well, anytime that you've got a combination of an area that's widely publicly accessible, where you have an infrastructure that doesn't necessarily keep pedestrians and vehicles as separated as it could be, you have the potential there for what we have seen again across the country and unfortunately across the world, where individuals will use a vehicle in a ramming attack. To answer your question about the threat assessment, what we have seen over the past 2-3 years is a growth in that particular attack type as being a lone wolf and being very difficult to predict. And as such, one of the recommendations that continues to come out of the law enforcement community is to regularly assess any areas of vulnerability where you've got a lot of people gathering and where you have high potential for a pedestrian vehicle interaction. And so whether that is, in this instance, a nightlife area, or whether that is what we saw in Germany last year, unfortunately, at a Christmas market, for example, what we saw in New Orleans earlier this year down Bourbon Street. And so those are the types of things that we pay a lot of attention to and digest a lot of after-action reports and do a lot of coordination with our regional partners on how we continue to look at these vulnerabilities in areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next one. So we stay with the general theme.
Yeah. So as we're making a transition, I will do a plug very quickly. On September the 27th, if anyone would like to join the fine members of the Arlington County Police Department, September 27th from 11 to 2 at the Metropolitan Police Department Academy on Blue Plains Drive. There are 26 or so, there's more than 24 law enforcement agencies coming together for a law enforcement career fair. Everyone from the Arlington County Police Department to the Anne Arundel County Police, Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, even the DC Housing Authority Police, Northern Virginia Community College, anybody and everybody. If you're not a good fit for us, we want to see you somewhere within the region because that makes everyone stronger. You could be at the Pentagon Force Protection Agency, you could be here in Arlington, you could be at American University, it doesn't matter. We would love to see those interested in a career in law enforcement. Although I do have to say, obviously, Arlington has the best benefits, the best people, and it's the best place to work. September 27th, 11 to 2, MPD Academy.
I like to always confirm with you guys that that's 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. because usually we see you at 11 p.m. to 2 a.m.
11 a.m. to 2 p.m., you're correct.
Okay, just checking.
It is not part of the nightlife.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. One of the, do you want to? Yeah.
We had one other, well, we have two other items, but this question has come up a lot since January, and it is of such importance to our community. I'm hoping we have just another opportunity to talk about it here. We've had our officers, and maybe the deputy chief can speak a little bit about this, going out into our community, or Aaron can speak about it, talking about what kind of uniforms our officers wear. There's a lot of federal law enforcement officials in and around Washington, D.C., who are showing up, sometimes, many times unannounced. And it's really important that we try to offer a reminder to the community about the kinds of uniforms that our sworn law enforcement officials wear. I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, and then if Wayne has anything to add, so go ahead.
Sure. I want to pull up for you. We have posted this online. As the manager mentioned, there are dozens of law enforcement agencies that operate in and around Arlington County. We ourselves, I can, off the top of my list, just named a couple: Pentagon Force Protection Agency, TSA, Homeland Security Investigations. We've got Metropolitan Washington Airport Security Authority, WMATA, our transit police, just to name a few. And so knowing who is in our community and who is out there is very important. And so on our police website on crime prevention and control, if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see a link that says Arlington County Public Safety Uniforms. And this, we created this handy guide to display the Arlington County Public Safety uniforms. Excuse me, it's both in Spanish and English, and we've distributed this to a number of our community partners. I just want to sort of highlight a few things that are very particular about the Arlington County Police Department and our fire department. First and foremost, what you'll see there is the blue patrol uniform at the top of the page of the Arlington County Police Department. All Arlington County Police Department patrol officers will have a uniform that looks remarkably similar to this, and there are two identifying features that the chief has in his directives that are very important to point out. One is that on the outermost garment, there is a name tape with the officer's last name. So on the outermost, and you can see it sort of here just on there, the officer's right on your left as you look at it, it'll be a patch that has their name tape on it on this particular patrol uniform. And as well, the Arlington County badge has to be on the outermost torso garment. So in this instance, this is on the vest that they wear on patrol. That Arlington County badge clearly says police and Arlington County at the bottom of it. And then you'll see on each one of their shoulders, the left and right, both for the uniform, the police patch that says police and Arlington County on it. If you look towards the bottom of that page, you'll see the canine uniform. So we do have specialty uniform within the police department that individuals may see, and this is our canine as well as some members of our tactical teams. But similarly, outermost garment required to have the last name, the Arlington County badge. It's in a like a rubberized version, as well as the Arlington County Police Department patches on each shoulder. To the bottom right, you'll see the dress uniform, which is what you saw Corporal Robinson as well as Deputy Chief Vincent and Captain Canigliaro wear. Similarly, on the outermost garment of this one is the metal badge. So the metal badge is worn on the shirt, and again, in place of a printed name tape or Velcro name tape, they actually have a metal name tag that has the last name on there. And again, on each patch, on each shoulder, a patch that says police in Arlington County. So just a few highlights there. The Arlington County Police Department, by policy, requires that on the outermost torso garment, i.e. the shirt or the load-bearing vest that you'll see a patrol officer wear. There be a name tape with the officer's last name, as well as the Arlington County Police Department badge. Makes it easily identifiable. If you'll scroll to the next page, we also did the fire department so that we could make sure that individuals in our community could understand the distinctive uniforms that our fire department wears. Our emergency medical technicians and our firefighters, of course, if they're on the scene of a fire, you'll see them in bunker gear. The back of that bunker gear says Arlington, as well as their helmets, they say Arlington on them. But at the scene of a medical call or otherwise, you'll see them in this blue uniform. Again, name tape on the right chest, so on the left when you're looking at the individual, and then on their left chest or the right when you're looking at the individual, it'll say their position or the function that they work. So for instance, that one will say firefighter paramedic, or it'll say fire EMS, or it might say battalion chief, et cetera. At the bottom of that page, we do have sworn law enforcement individuals in the Arlington County Fire Department. That is our fire marshal. Similar to the patrol duty uniform, they have a load-bearing vest that again has the last name, the Arlington County Fire Marshal badge, and then on the left and right shoulders, again, the Arlington County Fire Department patch. And so clearly labeled Arlington and clearly labeled as the fire marshal. And then last but not least, I wanted to showcase the Arlington County Sheriff's deputies. Again, we have actually 2 sheriff's deputies wearing the deputy uniform right now. Similar to the police department, there's a load-bearing vest in the as the outermost garment that many deputies wear when they are out. They have on the left and right shoulder the Arlington County Sheriff's Department patch, again, easily recognizable. It says Arlington County on there. And then on the front of the load-bearing vest, name tape, as well as the Arlington Sheriff's Department badge. On the back of their uniform, it says sheriff. So you can see that on the back of their load-bearing vest. And then again, if they may be wearing the black jacket, you'll see that represented as well. Similar to the police department, Arlington sheriffs wear green for the canine uniform, but the same thing applies. Badge on the load-bearing vest clearly delineates them as an Arlington sheriff's deputy, as well as on each shoulder says Arlington County Sheriff. And then again, just like the police department, the dress uniform here is a brown shirt with the dark trousers, but it does have, again, the metal name plate, as well as the metal Arlington Sheriff badge, the deputy badge, and on each shoulder, the insignia. So to sum it all up, Arlington County officials, whether they're in police, whether they're in fire, whether they're sheriff's deputy, on the outermost garment should have a name tag or name plate identifying their last name, as well as an Arlington County badge, whether that is the police department, the fire marshal, the fire department, or the sheriff's department, so that they can be easily identifiable as an Arlington County public safety official. Happy to answer any questions for you. Again, this is posted online, and we've distributed this to countless community groups. And this is one of the Community Engagement Division's regular sets of handouts that they make sure that that folks have for them.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey, I see your light.
Yeah, so, where you started was there's a lot of law enforcement presence in our region at this point, not always our people. I think I just want to confirm that as residents or even passersby, may encounter something that appears to be some form of law enforcement, but they are unable to identify it, we want them to call us and let us know, right? Because it helps us have a record of anything that might have happened. And it also lets us confirm to the community, what we know about the situation, right? So we want people to call. I think there's been a lot of instances where things get circulated on social media or text messages or whatnot, but we have struggled to substantiate through official records that we've received any information on the situation. So do you have guidance for the community?
The easiest thing to say, and this is what I'll always say: if you see something, say something. If something looks suspicious, go ahead and call. It's the public's the public report it, and we will sort it. That's the easiest way to say this. And I can give you a good example. Several years ago, we had somebody who witnessed what appeared to be a kidnapping. And then someone approached that witness and showed them a law enforcement credential and said, "This is just an exercise. Don't worry about it. It's we're doing a training thing." And they said, that doesn't sit right with me. And they went ahead and called the police department. And the police department, through investigation, did confirm that it was a federal law enforcement agency conducting an exercise, but we were unaware of it. It was a training, and we were unaware of it. We had a frank conversation with them and also reassured our community member about that. But that is, again, if you see something suspicious, go ahead and call, and we are happy to sort those things out.
Great.
Wait, yeah.
Yeah, I would totally 100% agree with that. I'll also say, too, that in most cases, but certainly not all, when other jurisdictions come into Arlington, and certainly when we go into the jurisdictions, if we're doing some kind of police action, we will, under normal circumstances, almost routinely for us, will notify that jurisdiction and let them know that we're there, and in fact ask them to send one of their units to us. That is not something that everyone that comes into Arlington has to do, but I would say in most cases, if you're talking about local jurisdictions, absolutely they will, unless it's somewhat so routine. For example, if Alexandria was doing a traffic stop on Glebe Road, they just came off West Glebe and stopped on, they may not call us. They may or may not, probably not if it's a routine traffic stop. But certainly if you're going to take somebody into custody, in most cases, that jurisdiction is going to contact us as well. So there's nothing wrong with citizens, our community doing the same thing.
Great, thank you. And then my other question, we can't control what other law enforcement entities do, and we know that many of our federal agencies are not wearing things like body cameras. But I just want to confirm that Arlington County Police, anytime they are on scene anywhere, that they have body cameras that would, even if other law enforcement entities are not wearing them, if they are on scene, our body cameras would capture whatever is occurring while our officers are present.
That is correct. By policy, yes. If we're on scene and we're interacting with anyone, the officers are going to put their body cams on. So that is correct.
Great, thank you.
Gesundheit, Mr. Cunha. So, Ms. Cunningham and then Mr. Spain.
If we could put the uniform pictures back up, I think the canine uniform in particular is one we've heard questions about from community members as they're trying to differentiate from federal law enforcement. I'll give you a minute. Okay. So I think in that second row there, the professionals with cool dogs that keep us safe. I think if they're wearing the vest, it's the black vest or the blue vest, I guess it is, that has the police on the back of it. But if they're not, we've heard from community members that it's very difficult to see from the back what agency they're from, and actually a little bit difficult from the side too, because the badge is less contrasty. Is there anything we could do to add a tape there, or anything else we could do? That I think the worry is from behind, we want to be able to identify people, and we want them to be identifiable to other law enforcement as well, for the protection of their well-being.
Sure. The green, I'll just start with this. The green uniform is a very common practice within the region to denote those canine officers or specialty officers. It is all of our partners, actually, Alexandria, Prince William, Loudoun, Fairfax, use similar uniforms in the same color to designate those officers. Why is that done? for those that are handling canines, one, it is critical that we're able to quickly identify them and pick them out of sort of a scene. And it's also very crucial for the other officers who are on a scene to be able to say, okay, that's the canine handler. I need to be, in some instances, for those that you need to be behind them so that canine is not picking you up in a scent instead of what it's maybe looking for, or, the bloodhound that's trying to find the lost kid or something like that. And so that's sort of the purpose of the green, and that is the sort of underlying interoperability that we have within our within our public safety systems, just to let sort of explain why it's a little bit different. But yes, it should have, again, on the arms as well as the badge on the front. The back should say, but just like the sheriff's canine says, a police canine on it. And we are constantly taking feedback to be able to figure out how we can make sure to let the public know that we are Arlington, and we're the Arlington Police Department or Arlington Public Safety Team, and not be confused with one of our other law enforcement agencies in the region. So, thanks.
Do you see the point, though, that the contrast on the back, if you're not wearing the vest, is not, it may say police there, but you can't tell?
Yeah, it is a Velcro patch. It's turned a little to the side there, but we can actually get a better picture of that to be able to show the contrast that's there.
Did you say that if they're not wearing the vest, it's not visible?
Yeah, like in this picture here, that's not the vest, that's the shirt, right?
No, that's the vest.
That's the vest.
Our canine officers, when they're out in patrol.
So they have a green vest.
Correct. Their vest is green, unlike ours. Correct. It matches their as close as possible to their shirt, that long sleeve shirt.
And I think the issue we've heard from community members is that the back has no white letters on it like our others. And so it's, in a moment of difficulty, it's hard to identify them from the back, and you should stay behind them, to your point.
I believe Ms. Cunningham is referring to the fact that it is very easy to mistake an officer, a canine officer, for a military or paramilitary
Or border control.
For the untrained eye, definitely, I mistook them 10,000 times. So there is no significant distinctive signage or designation that says A, police, B, local police.
Well,
And it may be
it
in
is
there
there.
subtly.
Just to be clear, police is there, the patch is there, but also too there's a safety tactical reason why they're wearing that color. For their safety as well, because if you think about it, if you have a canine, if you have a canine, you can be somewhat vulnerable, and so we want to make sure that they're also being safe as well while they're handling their canine for whatever reason they're doing it. So,
Sure. Is there a reason, though, that badge on the back couldn't be white letters or something that's higher contrast?
I'll have to ask, but if I had to guess, that would again be for safety reasons, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I think that's the concern that's been raised a few times in the community. So looking at that would be much appreciated. And then just because we're talking about uniforms and we like to needle the manager, we have this beautiful new logo and we're working to get it on the uniforms. Do you have an estimated date?
So, and maybe the deputy chief wants to speak about this. There's been an ongoing conversation about what the new logo will be for the Arlington County Police. There's been a decision made. It's going to be an outline of the map of Arlington County. It's not going to be quite like the logo. And as uniforms get replaced, when they get replaced, and you can speak to that better than I can, Wayne, that'll show up. Did you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, and that's the idea because of the cost, and because if you can imagine to just take everyone's uniforms, and because we all have probably on average 5 or 6 of everything, that you can imagine the cost of taking the patch off and replacing it. So the idea is to phase it in as we replace our equipment, our uniforms. So again, it may take us a few years to get to that point. I will say too that the new patch with the new logo will also be the same size So again, it should not be that big of a transition, but we will certainly make sure to share that once we start, share that with the community and everyone, so they again recognize that the logo in the middle of the patch is going to be different, but we are ACPD.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spain.
Mr. County Manager, I was going to try to stay away from the logo, but my colleague pulled me into this. Look, let me go here first. I echo everything that Board Member Cunningham talked about, what we're hearing in the community, especially with our K-9 patrol. So whatever we can do, Deputy Chief, to look at, because as the chair said, whether it's paramilitary, we need to have some very clear identifying aspects of our uniform. And even if I go back and if we look at the K-9 piece, how it's inscribed, like it's green and black, but for visually impaired type folks, like it's hard to kind of make a lot of that out. I'm not saying that, but we got to take all those things in consideration as we were putting our uniforms together. We haven't even got into plainclothes agents, right? And what that may look like when folks coming up, knocking on your door. How does plainclothes agents, how many of those do we have roughly around and here in Arlington?
For the Arlington,
I'm gonna just say that maybe I'll answer that in closed session. Just I think for security and tactical reasons, I don't want to disclose publicly what our complement of plainclothes officers are.
Okay, but you don't want to disclose how many we have. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I will say this, that the chief of police or designee, meaning one of the deputy chiefs, is the only one that can authorize exceptions to the mandatory wear requirement.
Mm-hmm.
The police department's directive is fairly clear about the uniform requirements, meaning that your average officer isn't just walking around in plain clothes, carrying out police functions. I want to make that be very clearly known. And we can have a discussion about the instances in which there are plainclothes officers. They are not regularly conducting arrests because of the nature of
Totally
what they
get
do.
it.
So.
I will also add to that as well. In the rare occasion that our plainclothes officers make arrests, I would almost say, if not always, but I can assure you the majority of times, and I'm talking upper 90%, that they're going to call for uniform presence. For safety reasons, both for the person that they're dealing with and for their safety as well.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. County Manager, since, again, Board Member Cunningham opened Pandora's box, I recall a conversation, and the reply a few years ago was we talked about when the logo was adopted, and we talked about uniformity across all of government to include ACPD. And it was said even at that time that we were going to have a phased approach of changing the uniforms and putting the logo on the uniform of ACPD. What I'm hearing today is that there is now a logo that has been decided on. I haven't seen the logo. That's good. But here we are. You're going to have a phased approach, and you're saying it's going to take 3 to 4 years. So, one, I would like to see that new logo, if you don't mind, the board. I had no idea it was being worked on at your earliest convenience, if you don't mind. That's all I have.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. On my side, I have to say, I used to have a more benign and relaxed approach to the implementation of the logo. I begin to have other reasons why I am a little bit more pressured to ask you to accelerate that significantly. The reason is that today, unfortunately, our logo is associated with friendly and local and dependable and reliable. And so, and I want our officers to enjoy the same association with the county logo. I don't buy so much, and please educate me, not right now, later. I mean, what does it mean, phased approach? I mean, I've been in the military, you have a logo. You know, you cannot have like half of people with one type of a logo and the others with a different type of a logo. That just doesn't work. I mean, at some point we have to bite a bullet here and see whether we can, do a change. I'm comfortable with managing that. But it's about time to look at this, especially right now. I mean, we used to live in a country where if the FBI knocks your door, you literally know that's the FBI. They have special vests. They put giant letters on their extra gear, etc. You literally know. This is not anymore the case. So it is very important to be able to distinguish. Because especially federal law enforcement, unfortunately, is banking on not being distinguishable, and discernible, and not being accountable at the end. And so that concerns me a lot. So we have to do an extra effort here. It's not just a technical problem. It begins to be a problem of public safety. Congresswoman McClellan sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security a while ago asking the secretary about decreasing 911 calls from certain parts of her district, significantly decreasing, like 35% or so, 34%, I think. I wonder, that's a question. I wonder if we are monitoring, the average stats that could show us whether our residents still trust us and still call and still expect us to serve. I mean, I understand that in general we are still almost okay, but I don't know if we do that from areas where we see increased concern about trustful engagement with law enforcement.
Is that a question for now?
It is a question for now, if it can be answered, or if not, offline.
I do not have that in front of me, but we are working on our quarterly call stats and crime information, but we can pull that together for you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ferranti.
I'm sorry to add. First, thanks and credit for this discussion, perhaps in the not the length, but the constructiveness of it goes to Ms. Cunningham. Thank you you led at the start of this. The second thought I have is mindful that one of our tests is how, and we cannot value all of our employees as much as we would like financially, but certainly we will have a discussion over the coming months and year about collective bargaining and investing. And DC has just set a bar for us. So mindful that may be officers' big concerns. I guess I'd just love to ask for the follow-up on to help with the white police on the back. It's a more finite number of canine officers as opposed to the full amount. And then for me, the constructive possible piece on this, and at least I'd be interested, and I cannot claim to have been the leader on the logo. There are many leaders. Mr. Spain was one of them that got me in a different space. But the cost in the next budget of doing this is salient. It's not dispositive for me, but it is salient. And I'm mindful that that may come to those who've been waiting and those who are keeping us safe.
So, we can get you that information. The other thing, I wanted to clarify this because the new design, which we will present to you, is not actually the county logo. It is going back to a previous design that the police department had. And I am not a fashion expert, but there's lots of reasons why that decision was made. But we will get you that information. We, at one point, I think 3 or 4 years ago, took a look at that cost, and when I say it's significant, it's at least 6 figures. And so it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it as a statement of our values, but I think my position is going to be that we should do it on a gradual basis, but I need to give you more details on that so that you can make the decision about whether you want to invest more money in it.
Thank you. Fashion is not my biggest thing. I just don't like the current. And then, if there's a security reason on the white on the back, that's fine. And I'm not, I do also appreciate you highlighting best practice is that local jurisdictions in the federal government let us know if they're coming into our jurisdiction. That's all I'll say on that.
Right. Any other questions? No. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to reward everybody who is paying attention to the manager's report, which I think started a long time ago. I'm going to ask Jennifer Fioretti to come in here and give a brief update on a passionate subject, leaf blowers.
Yes, it's.
So I'm going to turn it over to our liaison to leaf blowers, Jennifer Fioretti.
Good evening. Thank you for staying with us.
Good evening, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Tonight, I'm going to just provide a very brief overview of a public engagement plan intended to engage the various members of the community about the potential regulation of gas-powered leaf blowers in the county. Can you blow your mic? Yeah. Thank you. This year, Arlington completed its transition of all county-owned non-emergency handheld landscape equipment, including leaf blowers, that went from gas to electric in support of our environmental goals. The transition aligns with increasing public interest in exploring a prohibition on gas-powered leaf blowers in the county. This has grown significantly in recent years, particularly during COVID, when more people were home and exposed to its disruptive noise. Over 100 localities nationwide have already prohibited the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, including the District of Columbia, effective 2022, Montgomery County, Maryland, effective July 2025, and most recently here in the region, the City of Alexandria adopted an ordinance amendment in May of this year, effective November 2026. Some of the potential policy considerations include noise produced by gas-powered leaf blowers, which may impact quality of life, may harm hearing and disrupt wildlife, as well as other health and environmental risks related to pollutants like carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons like benzene, and fine particulates linked to conditions including heart and lung disease. Two-stroke engine gas-powered leaf blowers, of which many of them are two-stroke, generate a significant amount of emissions. For example, 1 hour of use of a gas-powered leaf blower that has this two-stroke engine is equal to driving from DC to Miami in a 2017 Toyota Camry. In addition, gas spills during refueling also pose risks to soil and our waterways. And then finally, any transition to electric leaf blowers will involve upfront costs for homeowners and businesses in particular. This is an important factor to consider. Though these costs may be recouped over time, it should be part of this conversation. Next slide, please. Thanks. As currently envisioned, beginning tomorrow, we will launch a public engagement to gather input on the potential year-round prohibition of the use of gas-powered leaf blower equipment. The proposal includes a phase-out period of up to 3 years to temporarily permit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, which will give residents and businesses time to adjust before the ordinance is enforced. For reference, the private use of motorized leaf-blowing devices is currently regulated in the County Code, Chapter 15, under noise control. Under the current ordinance, use of motorized leaf-blowing devices or leaf blowers is restricted in any R, so residential zoning district, during the nighttime. An amendment to this ordinance is required to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers throughout the year. Although the public engagement will be led by the Climate Policy Office, it is very much an interdepartmental effort where we are coordinating with Department of Parks and Recreation, Department of Environmental Services, Community Planning, Housing and Development, and Economic Development, just to name a few. It will begin this month and run through the fall. It will include a virtual community meeting, online feedback forum offered in English and Spanish, a public demonstration on a variety of different leaf-blowing devices, makes and models, in-person pop-ups, and a direct communication with 40 lawn and garden companies registered in Arlington. We also will host an informational webinar where we'll hear from landscape companies that have already made the transition or have actually just opened up a 100% electric gardening, lawn and garden business, and a series of presentations to commissions before we wrap up with an engagement summary. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fioretti. Colleagues, any questions? Ms. Cunningham, then Ms. Goff.
I'll keep it brief, but just a huge thank you for moving this forward. I know this has been a priority for several of us and for many, many in the community, because I'm the one that gets to respond to all the letters we've received. I also want to highlight that timeline is a lot of work in a very short period of time, all of it in the fall. So I know you've been working like mad, and you've just brought on another team member, but I appreciate the diligence and speed with which you're leading us into this.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey, then Vice Chair DeFerranti, and then Mr. Spain.
With that timeline, is the online engagement form out yet, or when should we expect it to be out?
We're going to have our virtual public meeting first on the 25th, followed by, then we'll release on that following Monday, so September 29th, the feedback form, and that will run for an entire month. And then all the while we'll be collecting feedback, as well as, of course, through commission presentations and other pop-ups as well.
Sounds good. We'll be on the lookout.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to just take the space. Sorry if that's okay. Two thoughts. One is I don't know for certain whether a market analysis is at all discussed. It is. I do not know whether it is a small company. You know, there are some national companies, and then there's some larger regional companies. And so is any market analysis, you mentioned AED, is that part of it all, your work?
So we did do a pretty significant benchmarking review of the various different types of policies implemented across the country, and looked at some of the challenges, pros and cons really, of the policies that have been implemented. Very specifically, we recognize that any type of transition, like I mentioned earlier, will have an upfront cost in order to make that transition, particularly for businesses, which is why we have identified all of the registered garden and lawn companies in Arlington County, and are making personal phone calls and emails to every single one of them to make sure that we hear from them directly. Hopefully, we'll invite them to participate in the various engagements, and we'll have a better sense of their size and needs as well. Hopefully, they'll be able to share their thoughts as part of the engagement process.
Sounds great. I could imagine that there's somebody in Arlington who also, you could pick up a phone and call, and they would say, yeah, I know these companies have everybody here, la, 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 just anecdotally looking around. And then the second piece is just a comment to say that I'm not the liaison to Richmond, and everybody will be experts in Richmond next year. I'm not playing for that liaisonship, but I would say that we got to talk to folks in Richmond and make it, this has to be, for me, this has to be a priority. I think that the Toyota Camry story, yes, it is important to have a sense of humor, as you do, Mr. Manager, about leaf blowers, and I know you recognize the seriousness of the policy without saying it's the only policy issue, but it would stun me that an hour or two is equal to driving to Miami. And so just hoping we can make this charge in Richmond this coming year.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFerranti. Mrs. Spain.
I'll keep it brief. Jennifer, thank you for the train that's left the station. And I know this is something, as my colleague Susan Cunningham talked about, something we all want to see, work its way through the process. So I commend you on getting us to this stage, and looking forward to great things, and especially community feedback. and also from the businesses. I think that's where the vice chair was kind of getting out as well, like hearing from our business folks about how they their thoughts on this. But ultimately, it's a great start. So thank you for leading us for us.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Fioretti, first of all, I think that it's fair to make very clear that we are engaging in this exercise in which you are very helpful because we have a desire to regulate leaf blowers and possibly discontinue their discontinue them, like ban them. I think it's important to state that we really want to hear from businesses because just because we think that a programmable device is very noxious, is problematic, etc., there are other questions, like, for example, transition times, etc. We recognize that we are in an environment where we have tariffs now and increased capital acquisition costs, etc. So I think that part of the outreach that you are proposing here should be really targeted to these operators. I'm sure that they are not caught completely. They won't be surprised since in our region, at the very least in our region, almost everybody is talking about that. So this is nothing new. But I think that we can engage in an efficient way so that we can proceed with a decision on this. Thank you for that. We are looking forward to the public engagement, and I will come to the demonstration because I want to see the different, the still available, kind of devices. It's always very interesting to see that because every year you see new and better ones. That's great. Colleagues, any other? I see Mr. Spain.
We probably don't want to do a round two, but the second question I would have, we should all be aware, and we know this, and think you spoke about this, Jennifer. Regardless of what happens, and let's say we move to a place ultimately where some other jurisdictions have, I think you've already mentioned, the question that will come before us is enforcement and money, right? And I think that we need to be honest about that because at the end of the day, great idea, but the community and this feedback, I think these are things we're going to hear, right? What does it mean at the end of the day if we end up with removal of gas blowers? So, and we're already having challenges right now with enforcement and here in Arlington with parking, for example, right? So, again, just teeing that up because I think it's going to come back full circle, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Okay, so, and that comes with the annual reminder that raking is a very healthy activity. So prepare for the ultimate substitution of gas-powered leaf blowers, which is the common and humble rake. So thank you, Ms. Fioretti, as always.
That concludes my presentation.
And that concludes actually the part of the meeting that was advertised. Mr. Deputy Clerk, are there any other items that come before the board?
There are, Mr. Chair. We've got the first item for resolution to initiate amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance.
Right. So, colleagues, I will move that the county board adopt a initiating resolution for amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance dated September 16th, 2025, that is today, and is attached to the board report. Is that correct? Mr. I need a second. Well, no?
We need an introduction.
We need an introduction.
Did you want to hear from Mr. Fusarelli?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that there was already a board report. So we need an introduction.
I just wanted to state for the record that Mr. Fusarelli was fine at the direction you were going, but since you asked, he'll give you 2 sentences.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you. Just very briefly, item 45 proposes an initiating resolution for a newly identified zoning study that may result in future zoning ordinance amendments for county board consideration. Just by way of context, following a circuit court ruling in late 2024, staff has advanced several initiated resolutions for zoning ordinance amendments in October and December of last year, as well as May of 2025, in order to align with the court's decision. So more recently, staff has identified a potential inconsistency in how certain zoning ordinance district regulations grant discretion to the board when reviewing special exception site plans. This issue is particularly relevant for sites governed by special planning area regulations and other place-specific provisions tied to adopted sector plans and area plans. And so with that, staff recommends that the board adopt this resolution to initiate the study. The goal would be to deliver final recommendations to the Planning Commission and the board by January 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fusarelli. So I guess I will restate the motion for completeness and to be on the safe side rather than on the sorry side. I move that the county board adopt the initiating resolution for amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance attached to the board report and dated September 16th, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti. Is there any discussion? Ms. Coffey? No? I will call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Mr. Deputy Clerk, are there any other items that are coming before us tonight?
Yes, sir, there are. We've got Wilson Boulevard Sinkable Repairs Settlement.
Okay. Is there any type of presentation or explanation? Oh,
No, you can just make the motion on this one.
for this I can make the motion, as is. So I move then that the county board authorize the county attorney to enter into a settlement agreement in a final form approved by the county attorney regarding the county's claims against alleged responsible parties for monetary payment for emergency repairs made to Wilson Boulevard in June 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by by Board Member Spain. And I call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It is 5-0. It's unanimous. It passes. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Clerk, any other items coming before the board?
Yes, we do, Chair. We've got the Purdue Pharma and Sackler Family opioid litigation settlement.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy County Attorney, Acting County Attorney, actually, should I say, right? Is there a presentation to that? Probably not.
No, you can just make the motion.
So then I will move that the county board accept the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy plan and approve the county's participations in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against the Sackler family and direct the county attorney and the county's outside counsel to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in the settlement, including the required release of the claims against the Sackler family and accept the bankruptcy plan. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Board Member Coffey. I'm calling the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nobody abstains or opposes. It carries 5-0. And with that, Mr. Deputy Clerk, for the last time.
I think we're good.
We don't have to.
Yeah, let's do it by email.
We will do it later. I think is anybody interested? Probably not.
I don't care.
No. Okay. I think we will talk in a different form about that. So anyway, I see no other item.
There are no additional items, Chair Karantonis.
Thank you. Then, without objection, we are adjourned.